We're here. We're back. Biggest show of the year, draft extravaganza. We got a full cast of heads here tonight. Tyler's on his way back from his little engagement celebration, but he'll be with us tomorrow. But we got Nolan, we got Clint, we got Bill for a couple picks, we got Mason, and we got a little over 10 minutes until we got Tennessee
A
officially
little over 10 minutes until Cam Ward goes to the Titans, and about 7 minutes after that, and then we really start.
Yeah.
Yep. What do you, Bill? How are you feeling
Was
about
Tennessee wait before they turn
these
the pick in?
first two picks that you're going to be here for?
What was that?
How are you feeling about the first two picks that you're going to be here for?
Yes. So I think Cam Ward is probably a rock chalk Jayhawk at this point. I would be shocked if anything else occurred. Number two is still up in the air at this point, with multiple people discussing trades with Cleveland between Jacksonville, Chicago, and by all accounts, Cleveland is listening. They're out there taking phone calls still at this point, and Andrew Berry even said they're going to use the entire shot clock here. So, by all accounts, if we walked away trading down to 5, for example, and walked away with, let's just say at 5, 36, 70, and a first rounder next year, still end up with Armand Membu, and then have extra capital to come back into round one later for a quarterback. It's a home run swing for me.
Yep, I'm with all that. So what are you hearing? About you think it's going to be Jacksonville that makes the trade up to 2, or you think it's going to be somebody else?
So the two teams that I keep hearing are Jacksonville and Chicago are the two that are connected. And those are the two, when you look at draft capital, those are the two that would be aggressive enough and have the capital to be able to make that move. Chicago, you could look at 10, 39, and 41, and then package a second rounder next year and still would make that move too. Outside of that, I don't really see anybody with either the package of draft capital to come up to get that move. There's been smoke around Dallas all week just because Jerry lives in Jerry's world and thinks he's going to get there, but he's not going to get there.
Amen, brother.
He lives in Jerry world and thinks he's going to get there, and somehow Cowboy fans are thinking they're going to be able to trade Dak Prescott and walk away with Shadur Sanders, but I don't see it happening. I think Jacksonville, Chicago make the most sense. Outside of that, really, there's not anybody in the top 10 that can make a move. If you're coming from outside the top 10, yeah, there's other teams, like Denver, but are they going to come all the way up from 20? You'd have to sell the farm almost in a Deshaun Watson Godfather package to get there, and I don't see a team doing that.
I don't think this is complicated. It's either Jacksonville's James Gladstone's about to put his nuts on the table with his first pick in a new regime, and they're going to make a statement with Cohen and him, etc., or the Browns are going to take Hunter. I think it's one or two. I don't think it's. I think there are other teams sending in some offers. Like you've said, but if somebody's going to get it done in terms of the ammo they got, it's going to be Jacksonville. And in terms of making a statement, and honestly, like for me to, say, oh, the value, play it cool, screw it, go do it. If I was in that room, I'd be pounding the table, say, go get Travis Hunter. I mean, you want to talk about a statement to that fan base, the amount of youth that they brought in there, Cohen, all this Tony Baselli taking the keys, Khan letting people do their jobs, Gladstone taking the risk on him. He's got that fan base on fire right now. You add Travis Hunter like this, do it. And I think they're going to.
Yeah, 100%. And the thing is, the good thing about that is Gladstone's, this is a rookie GM. He can't go wrong here. If he chooses to make the move, he looks like a hero. If he doesn't make the move, he looks like a genius and
you're not going to screw that up. Like, not to say that anyone's can't screw this up prospect, but let's get real. Travis Hunter's going to be a baller. He's going to be a pro ball, all pro kind of guy. And it's like I was texting with one of my Jaguars buddies earlier, and I said, the closest I can relate to this to you and to what I think is going to happen is the Julio trade up as a Falcons guy. And I think it is that caliber of, like, he's him, dude. Like, I'm pounding the table. I have no affiliation with the Jaguars. I want to see it happen. I want to see that happen. Yeah. That's too perfect.
No, 100%. The only other one I'd throw out there is Chicago, and they wouldn't come up for Hunter. They'd come up for Carter. And 10, 39, 41, and then you could package some sort of an offensive weapon. Maybe you throw some sort of running back DeAndre Swift into the mix, something like that. But you're talking 3 picks in the top 41. That's hard to turn down, especially in a class like this one.
I'm loving it. You guys got me all psyched up here. You got about 6 minutes left. Shoot. What are you thinking about? What you said about the Cowboys, Nolan? You think there's any chance that the Cowboys move up a little bit?
If they do move up, I think the only reason they would move up would be to maybe try to get into a better O-line sweepstakes. Try to get into the Mimbu category, I guess. Other than that, I mean, they would have to give up an absolute ton to move up to try to get Genty at this point if they're wanting to, jump the running back stakes. So honestly, I think they stick around at 12. I think they could get Tet at 12 and feel confident in that. If they don't feel confident in that and Tet's off the board, then yeah, maybe they try to move. But other than that, no, I think they want to stick at 12 unless something insane happens and a window opens up for them to move up.
Yeah, I think Dallas is going to stay at 12. Tet, I have him falling there too. Unless, of course, Jerry decides he wants to just do some crazy thing and, maybe move up, draft Sanders or something. Like, I mean, it's Jerry. We never know what's going to go on in Dallas on draft night.
I'm going to be stunned if it's not Golden.
I'm thinking that's what the move is they sit there and just take Golden.
Yeah, because if Tet's off the board, then I think, and you're stuck on wide receiver in Dallas, then yeah, it's got to be Golden at 12.
I think he's going to be a heck of a player, and if you guys stay put and take him, I don't think you can be that upset.
As far as like, if you want me to go both teams I'm looking at here, the other one, the Chiefs. The only way they move up is if they know they can get into the O-line sweepstakes as well. I don't think they want to sell the farm to move up. I think they could still get plenty of value at 31, a Josh Connerly, a Josh Simmons out of Ohio State. There's value there at 31. So I don't think they necessarily are sweating bullets to try to move up if they know they're going to still get good value at 31.
Yeah, I'm with that. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking similar. Bills are picking right ahead of that at 30. Only player I would really see Buffalo like moving up for is if Jahdae Barron fell.
I was just about to ask you, Blake, because I think y'all are hitting the phones hard right now.
Yeah, I heard that they were. I'm not getting my hopes up though. I did.
Did you say Barron? My first impression was somebody more like a Kenneth Grant. Kind of a wide ass one tech in the middle. It's that plug y'all are looking for. But that's funny.
I like Grant. I like Harmon a lot too.
I think Harmon's a little dinged up. And see, Harmon's who was getting me the most excited Bills wise leading up to this. But I don't know. I mean, of the 3 names we just said, it's probably somebody in that hat. But I think y'all are dialing.
But yeah, I did see they were talking to Pittsburgh about making a swap. To move up, we'll see. I think there's going to be a fair amount of trades. It was all quiet, and then we did already have one with Houston and Cleveland.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, the Houston and Cleveland, and it was to get. And I talked about it. It was to get a 5th round pick, which coincidentally Denver does not have a 5th round pick in this year's draft, so it would be perfect ammunition to turn right back around and give them a 5th rounder to come up to 20, especially if you drop from 2 to 5, you can couple 36, 70, and that 5th round pick you get from Houston right back up to 20, and then you walk away with Membu and a quarterback of your choice, potentially Sanders, Dart, or Milroe somewhere in that 1st round.
God, I hope Jalen Milroe doesn't go in the 1st round.
Me too.
Oh my Lord. Tyler Lamb is hitting the table on that one too.
Yeah. As much as I don't think it does, I think it happens. He's there. They're not going to bring him in unless somebody is intrigued by him. As much as I don't want it to be, I think you have to look at, the Giants especially. Dable loves athletic, big arm quarterbacks. And that screams Jalen Milroe. I know there's been a lot of smoke about Jackson Dart being his guy, but I just think it's Milroe.
I was going to say, I think Milroe is what I would term kind of a reflexive prospect tonight. He's going to be a matter of what happens with Dart, because I do believe that's my buddy that just commented.
I was going to say, Clint, you have to know this guy if he's
considering he was in my wedding, I know him pretty well.
There
Yeah. Yeah. What was I saying? Oh, I think he's kind of reflexive to what happens with Dart, because I am drinking the Kool-Aid that I think it's 1 Dart, 2 Milroe as far as day ball, and I am drinking the Kool-Aid that the Saints prefer Dart over the rest of them. So I think it's, do the Saints balk at 9 and go for him, or do they try and play we'll wait? That's one kind of underrated cat and mouse matchup, because I'm drinking that Kool-Aid that they prefer Dart. I'm hoping Dart goes 9 to New Orleans as the Falcons guy here personally, but we'll see. And that's what I do think will happen.
Yeah, I think realistically Dart does go 9 to the Saints. I think maybe there's also a situation where the Giants kind of trade into the later round, late end of the first, if Dart is still there. I don't know if I necessarily see him going to Steelers, because I think Shador is going to fall a decent way, and I think that's more going to be Steelers' option. But I mean, if Dart does go early, Shador potentially goes early, I think Milroe will be a first-round pick, just because some team's going to panic at really him being the last, solid QB prospect. So yeah, like you're saying, I think it really does depend off of what's going on with Jackson.
Bill, do you reaffirm that you think the Louisville Tyler Shug is Cleveland's preference?
So I would tell you that when it comes down to it, if you rank them outside of that, it's Sanders, Milroe, Shuck, Dart. They would likely go Milroe.
See, the only other team I've heard outside of y'all that it's kind of, I say definitive, it's all rumor, but kind of the vibe is that they're the number 1 is the Rams like him as well. So that yes. Them in that 26 spot, and y'all kind of playing that first pick of the second round. That interests me a lot with him in terms of us talking about who could kind of be a shock tonight, or who could be the storyline going into tomorrow.
I mentioned it earlier. It was probably the hottest take I've had so far, but it would not shock me in the slightest if we see a quarterback run starting with Seattle at 18, Giants trade up to 19 with Tampa Bay. Browns up to 20.
The Seattle Kool-Aid everyone else is pouring, and I don't say that condescendingly. I feel like everyone else is calling that, but me, and I just don't get it.
It's Sam Darnold's deal being front loaded. It's a 1-year deal at best.
Yeah, I guess maybe I've just convinced myself so much that I'm so high on this interior class, and specifically the guards.
Mm-hmm.
Tyler Booker's not a good fit for Seattle, but like the Donovan Jacksons, the Gray Zables, I'm sitting here like, give me one. And like I said, that's me being accountable. I think maybe I've drank that Kool-Aid too much. Yeah. That is a pick that I don't have as good a grasp on, because I think I've gotten a little tunnel vision. But it's funny you said that about, I think it starts at 18, because I've been catching myself being like, everyone's saying that,
Yeah.
So I must be, if everyone else is saying it and I'm the only one not saying it, I'm probably the a-hole that's wrong. So I'm feeling it out.
Now, I would argue also, like, Seattle, for me, I've said this for a while, it screams Nick Emanwari. What McDonald had with Kyle Hamilton in Baltimore, to get that with Emanwari in Seattle, and then you also have a Cam Chancellor blend of Emanwari, like, if you don't go guard because you're thinking you can get one in round 2, fine, get it, got it. I would much rather see Emanwari than a quarterback. Like, if I had to rank it, I would say guard, like you mentioned, Zabel, Booker,
That's right.
Jackson, then Eminwari, then a quarterback. But it just feels like every year we go through this, and we did it last year with like Atlanta, where nobody saw Michael Penix coming, and then Michael Penix magically happens. And I think Seattle's going to be the Michael Penix of this year's draft.
Roger Goodell riding in on a bicycle.
Yeah.
Oh,
What is this?
What a guy.
Loser.
Boo.
Sure.
I like how he rode out on this bicycle thinking, oh, wow, this is cool. This will get fans hyped.
Yeah, this will make the fans happy.
No,
Is
he
it,
makes
is it
enough
bad
money
that I
he was
kind of
willing
hoped he would go to fist bump somebody while on the bike and just eat it?
Now there's a bunch of people just coming out on bikes as well.
Yeah.
It's fucking Tucci, man.
During Green Bay, he's a big Packers fan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm glad that they started rotating the draft. Personally, I'm just tired of being Radio City Music Hall every year.
They need to have
Couldn't
Lil
disagree
Wayne
harder
read off
with
the
you.
first pick.
Really?
I'm a sucker for a little nostalgia when it comes to the NFL draft. Something about Radio City fires me up. It might be unconventional, but
I don't know. I heard that it was a pretty lit time in Detroit last year.
It was. I was there last year. I can't confirm it was every bit as lit as you think it was. Like, it's wild. I'm with Clint. I would love it if it was a rotating basis, and then like every fourth year or something, they go back to
Bahuki,
Radio
check
City
backstage.
just
Lamb's in there.
to have it. But that's how I feel about it.
Oh, I gotta scroll. I see him down there. Well,
I just love how there's still smoke going on, and now there's smoke about the Giants trying to get back up to number one again.
let me zoom out here. I can see him down there, but I can't scroll down.
We cannot.
There we go. All right.
Hello?
Oh, there's Louis as well.
Can anybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello.
Gotcha.
You guys think I was going to miss this? You are fucking wrong. You're wrong. We're at the airport. We're here.
I know you didn't just
we got
kick
Louis.
me off.
Yeah, no, I was trying to do it. Sorry,
Tyler, you look a little bit more tan, and the wallet looks a little lighter, my friend.
Dude, my wallet broke. I have to get a new wallet. And like that's not even me being facetious. That's real. Like it actually ripped. And it also in the metaphorical sense I have no
Man's
money.
got fat
But
stacks.
it's all good. I have none.
wallet couldn't
None of it's
handle it.
left. Anytime you take your card out in Disney, it's $35. Doesn't matter where it is, what you're doing, or what you're buying. It's $35 minimum. Anyway, we're here to talk about the draft. We're at
and
the
think
airport.
about somebody throwing a couple kids on that.
Dude, nah, nope. I wanted to punch every child I saw. Honestly, but it's all good. It's all good. We're cool. We're here. We're at the airport. We're relaxing. I'm very excited for the first round of this draft, where I think the Patriots are going to hurt me, but it's okay. It's okay. So,
Ready to
how
get
you
hurt
guys feeling?
Oh, Clay Matthews getting his moment in the sun.
Yeah. Living the dream.
He's getting all the Green Bay love out there.
Yep.
Clay Matthews, one of the best a cappella singers in the game.
Right.
Is there a reason I'm the one that gets half my face cut off with the decal?
I get half my face cut off too, but it's,
Yeah. You're up in the upper corner.
Clint's like, I'm VIP.
I had my kid's hand, foot, mouth last week. If it had been last week, I'd have told you to cover up the leopard here. But
StreamYard knew what it was doing, dude. StreamYard knew what it was doing. All right.
it's all right. We're on the clock, boys. We're on the clock.
We're on the clock.
yeah, I like this one.
They need
don't
to
like
have
this
Lil
one. It's a
Wayne
little-
read off the first pick.
The Hookie, you got what's it called? Can you
No.
get a stream of the draft going on another tab and then share it so we
They
have
were,
the stream
they, were,
in here?
they were saying we shouldn't do that.
I mean, I did it last year for 12 plus hours. Nobody gave me shit. So,
You're
like,
also
Yeah,
the
what-
boss, so no one gave you shit.
oh, Gabe,
Right.
guess what? I give you permission. I'm not going to give you shit. If anybody gives you shit, tell them to talk to me. So
What's
I
Roger
would
Goodell
definitely
gonna
get the
do?
stream.
Come in on a bike?
Dude, if I talk to Roger Goodell, he's only giving me what I want. So that's his fault. All right. So yeah, if you can get that stream up here, so we're all reacting at the same time. That was an issue on the first week or the first year that we did this. Everybody's reacting at different times. All right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now I'm
All
feeling
right,
it.
this is the
We got 150 people in
Okay.
here already.
Just
Let's
for
go.
a disclaimer, this feed you have pulled up in comparison, I'm looking at, and I'm sure different providers, it's like 5 seconds behind on ESPN.
Right.
That is okay because Twitter is about 45 minutes ahead of everything else, so it's fine. But
Yeah.
as long as we're all watching on the same screen, like we all kind of have the same sort of reaction time.
Somebody's got to tell old Shefty that he's not Andrew Whitworth, and that hoodie with the jacket look ain't happening, buddy.
Yeah. All right, here we go. I'm just
That
waiting.
Chrysler 300 looks like the Phantom until the Phantom pulls up, dude.
I was
you
gonna
look like-
say.
Yo, don't knock the Chrysler. My dad's got that thing with the Rolls Royce rim. You don't even know that it's a Chrysler. Everybody asks what type of whip that is because he takes all the emblems off it, so nobody knows. So it's fire.
I'm from Albany, Georgia. I know the difference between a Chrysler, okay?
But who
Ready
can
for
you
it?
do a big
We'll
screen
cut
on
back
that?
to this
What's
when
up?
Can you do like a
Just cut back.
widescreen on that?
What's up?
Can you do a widescreen on that, like a full?
I'm just waiting for the inevitable Browns double trade down to just screw over every single fan.
Am I
in
having
both.
PTSD to my children asleep upstairs, or somebody's child speaking?
it's
It's
mine.
probably- no.
It's mine.
Oh,
She's
Oh
right
my
here.
god. Okay, I'm sorry.
It's like, damn
I'm
it!
at
I
the
had the
airport.
kids down for bedtime.
Okay.
They're already
I don't know
awake.
how'd you get the stream up? How do you
I
want
have
me
two. I have.
I was
children,
I was
so
sharing
I heard
it.
that was
and
like,
I think we can just toggle in and out when the actual pick comes in. Otherwise, we're just going to be watching a bunch of dudes talk that we're not listening to.
Yep.
But so I think everybody kind of assumes we know what the pick is here, right? Cam Ward's pretty much been a lock to the Titans for 5 weeks now. How do you guys think he's going to stack up in this division, right? So this is obviously, I'm a Texans fan, but I don't think this division is locked by any means. Do you think the Titans have a chance to go from worst to first with the addition of Ward at the helm? Or do you think this is just one piece step in the right direction?
I think it's
Where's-
more just one piece. I don't think.
Yeah.
I think there's just way too many holes on offense and defense for them to really be competitors. Division's not the strongest, but CJ had a rough sophomore season. Should be getting back to normal, hopefully. And then, we never know what AR is going to do. Maybe he comes back and actually improves. And then Jags. Just awful season for them last year. So I don't think that Cam Ward's going to be enough to necessarily get him over the hump of these other teams. No elite teams, but definitely all ones that are ready to make a push for playoffs.
Well, Louis, you pointed this out the other day. He's already off to a rough start by saying that he has one of the best wide receiver rooms in the NFL. So
He called Traylon Burks a top 5 wide receiver. I don't.
And
That-
he
that's
said he's
just
got the
because he
best
knows
running
where
backs in
he's
the
going.
league.
Technically, he
knows
said
he's
he's
going
the
to
number
Tennessee.
4 receiver in the league.
He knows he's going to Tennessee. He's trying to get some brownie points there. I'll go next. I'm going to hop off because we're about to board. But I actually do disagree with Mason a little bit because, the Titans won 4 games last year. They were pretty competitive in a lot of those games. And Will Levis was literally snapping the ball, taking the football, and handing it to the other team almost every opportunity he got. So if you take that away from them, they probably win. Maybe let's call it 2 more games just off the shitty roster they have alone. So they have 6 wins here. Then you add Cam Ward's actual ability over Will Levis. Let's throw in another maybe 1 win there, and then you add Brian Callahan mixing in with a good quarterback and being able to open up his playbook. I'll give them 1 more win there. They could win 8 games this year. Do I think that's enough to win the AFC South? Maybe. like it's certainly enough to compete. Like at the very least, you're playing meaningful games in let's call it December to try and be in the hunt.
Here's the pick, gentlemen. It's in. Let's see what we've got.
Dude, Schefter needs to ask them to like get some like lesser high definition cameras. Homie does not look great.
Needs to take it down from 4K to like 1K at a certain point.
Yeah. There's been too many enhancements. I can see too many follicles on that dude's forehead. That's not chill.
So is the second overall pick.
Can you guys hear that?
In this draft, the Giants
a little bit. It's okay.
word of what the Browns are going to do.
Can you go big screen on that, Louis?
All right,
It won't let me
hop
do
off,
it,
guys. Have a great show.
Oh,
Have a safe flight.
Later, guys.
Be safe, man.
I lied.
Nice.
They were the Houston Oilers back in 1978, and they chose Earl Campbell.
Yeah, 155 people tuning in right now. So
Yeah.
now I feel like once this pick is in, like the fun really actually kind of begins
Now the
here.
Browns again are a minute plus in. Boy,
It's one thing I
Nope.
never
The
understand about
Browns are trading this selection, boys.
Okay, so the Browns are moving.
Jacksonville is sending picks 5, 36, a fourth rounder this year, and a first rounder next year for picks 2, 104, and 200. Jacksonville is now on the clock.
So I think we all know that selection is going to be Travis Hunter. It doesn't make a lot of sense for it to be anything else. Is this roster in a spot where Travis Hunter puts you? I think he's my number one prospect in the draft. I think he's a lot of people's. Hang on, we'll let this pick run real quick.
Come on. With the first pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Cameron Ward, quarterback, Miami.
Okay. So that goes exactly as we expected it to go.
Yeah, no surprise.
What do you guys think? And then, all right, so was it Bill that was giving us the trade?
Yeah, so the
Can you
the
run
official
that again
trade.
for everybody?
Absolutely. So Browns will send picks 2, 104, and 200 for picks 5, 36, 126, and a first rounder next year.
So the Browns give up or get pick 5 and then a lot of other things. They give up pick 2 and a later round pick. The Jags are giving up a first to move up 3 spots in selection, which I think shows you what they think of the prospect that they're about to draft.
Yeah.
I would safely assume, I'm trying not to look at my phone here, so I haven't seen anything. I would assume this is Travis Hunter. So, Bill, you didn't really get to weigh in on the last pick. So why don't you go ahead and tell us what you think this is going to do for Jacksonville's roster, what you think of the trade package as a whole?
Yeah,
And then
so
Clint, we'll go to you next.
Yeah, so for Jacksonville, to start with the trade package, it's a little bit of a high price to pay. You know, if you didn't give in that 2026 first rounder, it could be a pretty fair market value, maybe a little bit leaning towards Jacksonville. But that first rounder next year, that just shows how much they value Travis Hunter. They've had a glaring hole at cornerback for a long time now, and Travis Hunter's going to fill that with all pro potential for them. But obviously, needing an extra wide receiver to give Trevor Lawrence some weapons, it's a best of both worlds. And Clint talked about it before we went off. This is Gladstone putting his stamp on Jacksonville, saying we're going to be aggressive, we're going to get talent. For Cleveland, it's a win-win scenario. You slide back 3 spots, you add 36th overall that you can then package with something later if you want to come back up for a quarterback, and you get a first rounder next year. So if you choose not to go quarterback this year, you now have 2 first rounders next year that you can package for AMO.
Do you think there's any shot with them moving back to 5 that they might be interested in taking Shador there?
I wouldn't be surprised. There is a lot of love for Shador in that building, and it would not shock me in the slightest. Ultimately, I also don't think they pick at 5 either. I truly think they're going to slide back from 5, trade down with like the Bears to try to come up to get Genty at 5, and the Browns slide all the way to 10, add more picks, and then they still get either a defensive tackle or an offensive tackle.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's a good scenario for them. Browns need so much different spots. I mean, Shador's not going to fix what's going on there, and with all the cap issues that they have, getting a a solid amount of picks out of it definitely will help them in this rebuild instead of just going for one big name. Like I didn't like if they did stay at 2 and take Travis. I thought that was just not the right move for Cleveland.
Hey,
No.
real quick, Bahukas, we forgot to throw these in so anytime we get the breaking news stuff. That's
Shout
there.
out to Cam for those.
Yes. And then
Sick
next time the pick is in, I can throw up that graphic when we
All
get
right,
the
okay, I see him
Clint, you haven't got to go in a minute. What do you think about the trade package overall? Is there any prospect in this draft that you feel like is worth what the Jags just gave up to move to that slot?
Yeah, I think some of the guys previously speaking are maybe underselling, the cost about, it was too much. It's like, one, I don't think so, but I think also you're thinking of that in a traditional draft that has more elite talent in the top 10. This is meat and potatoes. You say, is Travis Hunter worth it in this class? And I don't mean Clint Goss. I mean what I would perceive or speculate as a consensus NFL board. There's less than this many blue chip or elite prospects in this class. So while there might be a 70 cents on the dollar price tag, say, in the back half of this first round trading up, I think it might have actually been the opposite a little bit, where you were paying $1.25 to move up from 5 to 2 to get somebody that's, I don't want to say Travis Hunter's a guarantee, but let's cut the shit, he's a guarantee.
All right, we got the pick coming in.
All right.
Looks like the pick is in.
All right, Bahuki, we're gonna let you give first reactions to this when it comes through. So, I need to unmute this, I guess. Sorry, guys.
His career is 35 starts, about 1,200 attempts. So he's got the requisite experience to come in and play well. I think he'll continue to grow. I really love that pick for Tennessee. And then moving forward, guys, to this pick, Jacksonville moving up. We touched on this before the draft here in the pre-show. You're killing two birds with one stone here. Travis Hunter is the best wide receiver in the draft. He's also the best corner in the draft. And I believe that
BTJ and Travis Hunter.
And he's going to be a great player in this league.
What do you think about that, Louis?
And maybe he's the guy.
I said on our last show on Tuesday that the thing that I didn't want to happen is for Jacksonville to get Genty or Travis Hunter. And that's exactly what they went up and did, is got Travis Hunter. So as far as a corner, to be honest, I don't know if I'm as worried about him as a wide receiver. Truly as an athlete, I think is where he excels. I've been on record saying I don't think he'll play both ways for his entire career, because I think injuries and practice is going to be one of those things that deters him. So I think he will for the first couple years, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to hate every second of it. But BTJ is already enough of a problem on that offense. I'm not excited at the prospect of Hunter being there too, if that's who the pick is here.
Well, when you mention him as there too, I would go a step further and say how this helps them in terms of bumping down a roster spot for the guys below that. Like, they go into this draft talking about Parker Washington as their 3. All of a sudden he becomes a 4. That becomes pretty cool. I saw the interview earlier about Baselli talking about the upside of Diami Brown and how he thought he was going to be a contributor. Congratulations, kid. You're wide receiver 4. You're going to have 15 catches next year. That bumping everyone down gave everybody more realistic expectations. So that was a multi-layered kind of pick. This is so.
To recognize a player who's made a profound impact on and off the field.
Now the pick's actually going to be in. We're a little quick with the trigger
NFL Man of the Year award.
I think we all know what's happening.
Nationwide recognizes one player each year who best represents greatness and compassion, both on and off the field and in the community. Tonight, we are proudly joined by the 2024 Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year, Eric Armstead.
Famous Niner, Eric Armstead, now with the Jags, which is stupid still to think about.
First off,
way better than Liam Cohen ever.
I was going to say much better than Liam Cohen's there.
Yeah.
I want to say thank you to the commissioner
Thank you to the Peyton family in the NFL and nationwide. And also, too, tonight I want to encourage each player embarking on the NFL journey to identify a passion close to their heart and act upon it. Use your platform to make your community, the league, and this world a better place. As we remember Walter Payton, strive to leave a positive legacy of your own. Thank you. We have a trade. The Cleveland Browns have traded the second pick to the Jacksonville Jaguars. And with the second pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Travis Hunter,
Yep. Okay.
wide receiver, defensive back.
Officially official.
So the Jags
Well, yeah, I mean, we saw this one coming. So now we have the Giants up on the clock. So, Bill, are you hanging out with us? Or are you bouncing?
I can hang out if you guys want me to stick around.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna add Duncan to the stage here. What's up, Duncan? Welcome.
What's up?
What do you? So your Giants are on the clock now. What do you have to say about the Giants?
Wanted Travis Hunter, but he's not here anymore, so it's unfortunate. I feel like at this point you just have to take Abdul Carter. Can't overthink it. Can't get cute. You just gotta take the guy that's in front of you.
Yeah, I think this is kind of what I saw coming too. Yeah, Travis Hunter would have been a really good fit for. I mean, for most teams that are picking at the top of the draft could use both those positions.
Yeah,
but we had a guy in fifth down territory a couple of weeks ago. Ian O'Malley's analytics whiz, and he was talking about the Giants teams that won the Super Bowls back in 2007, 2011, and they all had absolutely crazy pass rushes. And we're just loaded with defensive ends. What was it? What's up, Clint? Clint looks like he wants to say something.
I'm waving it.
All right. Anyways.
Oh, wait, it's because I had my thing plugged in. I said no, I was waving at Louis' child.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, Hazel's the truth. But so everyone pretty much agree it's Abdul Carter here.
I mean, it should be, but Giants have made some very questionable draft choices in the past, so you never know what necessarily is going to go up. But I think if they don't choose Carter here, there might be some riots.
They're going to trade back in later on tonight for the quarterback. This is Carter.
The dissenter in this group. I think Carter's clearly the best player on the board, and I do usually subscribe to a BPA philosophy. The problem is that, like Kayvon Thibodeau, and you already gave up so many assets to go get a top edge when you traded for Brian Burns. So how many assets are you going to sink into one position group? You know what I mean? Like, I understand the premise of why we take Carter here. I just, like, from a roster building perspective, I just feel like, there's other needs on this team.
Well, Joe Shin's a moron, so that does kind of help against your...
Of course, yeah. So we all have our misgivings about how the Giants choose to run their operation, and that's fine. I just you're pretty much telling Kayvon Thibodeau you're not going to re-sign him. And then that's a high pick from a couple years ago who I don't think is a bad player that suddenly doesn't have a spot on your roster anymore. Are you trading him? What are you doing with him?
I would also add that they're likely trading Kayvon Thibodeau in any package they want to get back up for Jackson Dart or a quarterback. Because if you look at Tampa Bay at 19, they could just as easily dangle Thibodeau because the Buccaneers have a needed edge.
Sure. I think there's definitely teams that could give him just with his rookie deal expiring, you're going to have to give him money. I think
we got the pick coming in.
I do think one thing we haven't mentioned, is stepping aside from the logic. All joking aside, Cam Ward and Abdul Carter could not have made it more obvious in this process that they know where they're going. Abdul Carter knows he's the pick right now. He's made it blatantly obvious.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Lucas, hit that button.
Hit the button.
And Duncan, we want to hear from you right away, when the pick comes in. So that's why we got you here. We want your reaction to the pick as it comes in.
Just think
The
about
whole
it.
thing
At
about
all
Kayvon
times,
Thibodeau,
on
at
the
what
field,
point
he's
is it
the
sunk
best
cost?
defender
Like,
and best receiver once the
he's
ball's
not
in the air.
he's not been
That's
playing
just
like a
something to
top 5
lean on.
pick.
And
So
when I think about
why would I
toughness and
make my draft
competitive
decisions
instincts, this guy
revolve
comes
around a
to
player
mind.
that's not like that level?
I just don't see how he doesn't succeed at the next level.
Yeah,
He's a
no, I
unicorn.
agree.
He's
I don't
one
think
of one.
Thibodeau's
The
really
only
ever going
comparison
to
that I
evolve
can
into
give
that
to him,
player
it's
that
not
they were
Prime,
expecting
it's not
him to be.
Champ
They're
Bailey,
just going to
it's
kind of be a
Shohei Ohtani,
travel man
because
at
he's
some
going to
point.
impact the game to that level on both sides.
Look, my background's in
Like
scouting.
Burns
Thibodeau
and
will wind up in
Carter.
Philly probably.
About him. Sometimes you got to make it
Yeah.
simple. If you
Yeah,
wanna
Howie
go
will
out to
somehow
recess,
figure out to get
he's
him
the
over
first
there for
pick.
cheap or
That's
something,
what it
and then
is.
he'll be a
He's just
stud.
better at football, and he can do everything.
And one of the
Hurts
most
every
dynamic
time.
receivers in the league last year was rookie Brian Thomas Jr. And now here comes another rookie.
Yeah, Howie Roseman will dangle a 1-year deal in front of Thibodeau's face, and he'll bite on it.
Yep.
On that, Kurt Warner.
Well,
Let's
then
give you
that,
the
and then
floor.
somehow they'll look into Shamar Stewart at pick 32, and then everybody wonders why, Howie Roseman's a wizard at this thing.
That understood and had a feel for the game. The hardest guys I played against on the defensive side were the guy with instincts, not the guys with the physicality, but understood.
All right, I'm going to call a crazy shot. Jackson Dart goes right here.
Travis Hunter can do all of that.
The Giants are celebrating.
Duncan's
it's not
gonna
happening,
immediately
but-
leave if that happens.
Joe Shen ought to be shot for that out.
Dude, it is
Good
not.
Lord.
Yeah.
That is absolutely. That is pathetic. That is
Like, who let him go out in public like that?
You're the general
go.
manager of an NFL team. You're like a damn 6-year-old.
Abdul Carter.
All right.
All right, there we go.
defensive
I
end,
mean,
Penn State.
not really much to say here. That's just like the clear pick. They got their guy. They got the top 3 talent in the draft. Like you got to get blue chip players like this to be a good team, and I think Abdul Carter can be that. Aside Brian Burns, like no quarterback's gonna want to see that on the other side with Dexter Lawrence in the interior. It's a great pass rush, and if you build great units, your team will be good eventually. Like you got to build good units, and I don't mind taking more players at one position. It's just you'll be better at this position than other positions. It doesn't really matter because you got to have value from somewhere, and you'll get more value from having Abdul Carter than a lesser other position, a lesser receiver, a lesser quarterback. It doesn't really matter if you have a elite edge rusher like Abdul Carter.
Can't argue with that. Best player available.
JC, bro.
JC, always talking shit.
Hey, but it's going to be a fun season with Jameis Winston.
Or Russell Wilson.
Yeah, Russ
Or
Willie.
both.
Got to be Russ Willie.
The Jameis Winston to Malik Neighbors 6-week stretch of this season is going to be one of my favorites. Just force feed an absolute dog on the outside until they both get injured, and then rotate in your bad players.
And some A1 press conferences for sure too.
For sure, yeah.
Well, all right, Duncan. I guess we appreciate you hopping in here. I'm gonna let you go, and then I'm gonna bring Sora in here.
All right.
Oh shit, my bad.
Well,
Oh, well.
Get him out of here.
Thanks for having you, brother. Okay, now he's gone for real. All right. All right, welcome, Sora. Moving right along.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Yeah.
What's the deal? Are they trading this pick? Are they making this pick?
You know, at this point, my vote is kind of to trade this pick. I like Will Campbell, and if we're gonna make this pick, I think that's where we're gonna go with. I've also been thinking about Membu, but I think I want a more true left tackle. I think that's kind of the last domino in terms of this rebuild for the Patriots. As in, like, there's definitely depth to be had at other positions, but they've at least have one layer of decent players at a lot of different positions. And so at this point, protecting the quarterback is the priority. I like Will Campbell a lot. I also like Josh Simmons and Kelvin Burks later in the round, so I wouldn't mind trading back in this round and trying to get maybe getting a backdoor later into the round to maybe get another receiver or something like that later. But I think with the Diggs acquisition anyway, I'm not super mad that they can't get a skill position here. They've addressed a lot in this free agency. And so at this point, protecting Drake May on the left is the biggest priority. And that obviously I was disappointed when I saw the dominoes of Travis Hunter and Abdul Carter fall. And so at that point, it created a simpler, albeit less exciting picture for the Patriots here.
So the only name I've seen for New England at 4, should they stay there outside of Will Campbell, and I know some people have said Genty, but like really the only name I saw get thrown out there was Jalen Walker. Do you consider that idiocy or?
They did release some inexplicably Jawan Bentley, and they do have they could use a more explosive linebacker. I do think they got a couple of linebacker acquisitions in free agency. They have a solid unit here at linebacker. For me, it's a question of, do you get a really good player that strengthens an already good defense, or do you plug what really feels like a huge hole right now? It feels like left tackle has just been a huge bottleneck for the Patriots for a couple of years now. And so at that point, it's, do you get a really good player to address a slight need, or do you get another decent player in Will Campbell to address a gaping need? And for me, I've watched enough film on behalf of Will Campbell to just know that not really concerned about the hand size the way some people are. I like his footwork. I like his hand placement. I like just what the game tape has shown about his ability to get it done against some really good SEC defenses. And so for me, I can see the argument for going defense here, but I just think the bigger need needs to be prioritized when it's as big as the Patriots have made it for offensive line.
Is the pick in? I see mixed reports.
On a commercial on my phone.
Based on what I see, the pick is in for the Patriots, and the Browns are also taking calls to slide down from 5.
I think there's a real chance Chicago trades up to 5.
Yeah, I think this is where Genty goes right here at 5 if he doesn't go to New England, which I'd be shocked if he went to New England. I think they want to run their offense through a good run game to take pressure off of Caleb. I think they want to be able to scheme things in the play action, and I don't think Ben Johnson likes DeAndre Swift very much, so it makes a lot of sense to me. I think the Raiders at 6 are too much of a threat for that.
I also saw something. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say real quick, I think there's 2 levels in response to what Louis said. I think the Raiders are blowing too much smoke and being too, ha ha ha, for that to really be their intention. That's Pete Carroll being Pete Carroll. They're not taking Genty, but it's enough of a threat that they know he's going 5. Who he's going to at 5? Probably Chicago. But who's he going to at 5? They know he's going at 5. I think that's been a little too obvious. And then lastly, I would just say, to somebody saying like, oh, I don't think Chicago's ready for this. Why would they do this? Like, what's the missing piece in that offense in your perception? It's like, you've got the young franchise quarterback. You've got the play caller you just brought in as the head coach. You just bolstered this O-line with Joe Tooney and Drew Dahlman, et cetera. You've got Komet signed to money. You've got the RB2, RB3 and DeAndre Swift, Roschon Johnson. You got Rome Odunze as a top 10 pick receiver. You've got DJ Moore that you did in the Bryce Young trade. It's like, what else is there to do? Go for it. If I'm a Bears fan or somebody in that Bears, I'm pounding the table saying, screw it. Let's do it. Why not?
Yeah. And if you're the Browns aspect of it, if Ben Johnson and the Bears organization calls up, said, hey, 10, 39, 41, and a second or third next year. Let's party. Here's the card. We'll walk it up there for you.
I also
Browns are easily trading back into the bottom of round 1, dude. They're easily trading up with this ammo they've been stacking up.
I've seen that the Broncos might be trying to also trade into the top 10.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Thinking about who they would want, I'm thinking maybe they could try to push for Gianti right here as well.
Yeah.
I mean, Javante's not the guy. McLaughlin's, solid 2, but Javante's not even there anymore, huh? He's in Dallas.
Oh.
Right?
Looks like.
Am I wrong about that?
Looks like both picks are in because
Javante's gone.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I mean, they didn't bring anyone else in, right?
Yeah, I'm sure the pick is in, and the stream is
Denver's
always...
rolling with Audric Estime, the kid out of Notre Dame, the real bowling ball.
Yeah.
That's who they have currently.
I don't believe in that to be a lead backfield.
I still think New England's going to go Campbell here. I think this is a case of I'm not going to overthink it and change my answer on the test.
Yeah.
It looks like the
Get us
Patriots
on the screen.
Will Campbell with the 4. It's frustrating that it came to this because I really wanted the Patriots to lose that game against the Bills. Joe Milton locked in for whatever reason. Gerard Mayo coached the game of his life for whatever reason while the Bills were trying to lose. But given what it is, given the task that was on hand with the 4th pick, that's what had to happen. And so I'm reasonably pleased with this as far as what we had to do. It's plugging up a big hole. Vidarian Lowe has been subpar at that position for way too long. It's been a revolving door at that position. You got to protect the quarterback. Anybody who's watched The Blind Side knows this. Anybody who has watched enough football has known this. The Patriots, poor quarterback protection is one of the big things that killed Mac Jones's career with the Patriots. And granted, Drake May is not Mac Jones. He can move around in the pocket. He's got a better arm, but he's still at his best when he has a clean pocket. And so you gotta protect him. So I am, as far as what was available at the 4th pick, I'm happy with what the Patriots did here. So kind of last domino to fall in terms of big things that we need to address this offseason. So we have a serviceable offensive line, finally. That's where I'm at.
They're saying that Cleveland is keeping the pick.
Yes.
Did a couple people say that?
I just saw who they're taking. I'm not going to spoil it, but I saw it, so I'm not going to comment.
Yeah,
I looked at the phone, it buzzed.
Yeah, I saw it too. I can tell you, without telling you, it's excellent value for Cleveland to be able to get the haul that they did from Jacksonville and still get the player in this draft. Absolutely great value for what they got.
But
I'm
I would
excited.
add to Bill, if you hear a single person claim that they mocked this player to the spot, you tell them to shut the hell up because they're full of it. Okay, nobody called this. This is the first flavor.
Right.
Did they go
All
sugar?
right. Well, then, Bahuki, you got a breaking news button you could hit too. I mean,
hit the button.
Sweet.
All right. I mean, I would say the stream is behind and most people interested in this. I don't know. Is the pick in?
Yeah.
It says it on my screen.
Yeah. Yeah. The pick is in, and I can announce it if we want to announce it early. That's fine.
Yeah, just get it off.
All of Twitter already has.
Yeah.
Go ahead and read this one. And those of you guys watching in the chat, you let us know if you want us to read these as they break or if you want us to wait and pop the stream up. But go ahead. Go ahead, Bill.
Yeah. So with the 5th overall pick, the Cleveland Browns select Mason Graham, defensive tackle, Michigan.
That's early.
I think it's excellent value. First off, Michael Hall Jr. injured. Not sure if he's going to be able to go week 1 of the season. But getting interior presence next to Myles Garrett and then Joe Tryon-Shoyinka and the rest of this edge rotation, you get a guy like Christian Wilkins next to Myles Garrett. Jim Schwartz is doing backflips. On top of that, you add a top 36 selection to do so and a first rounder next year. That's just a haul that you can't compete with. And the Browns wanted to improve the trenches on both sides of the ball, and I think this is just excellent value all around the board.
Wow.
They're about to be a quarterback's nightmare.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I do think it is a good pick, but I'm just surprised they didn't try to really trade back with Chicago, because I think they probably still could have gotten him there. But like you're saying, great value, turnover from that trade of the 2nd pick.
I love that the Browns just kind of decided to go in a direction that they thought was more beneficial for their team with that pick. That's probably one of the smartest double moves within the top 5 that we've probably seen in a bit, besides the Texans moving back in and getting 2 top 10 picks. What was that, 2 years ago now, Louis, when they got Stroud?
I think
Stroud at 1 and
I think the Browns are kind of showing maybe a new leaf here, admitting, they came out with ownership and said that the Watson thing was kind of a disaster. And then here, obviously, caring enough to not maybe go with the hyped prospect, get the value on the trade back, still end up with a great player. I think this is a new approach that they're going to try to kind of admit that they're not ready to contend. And I'm all for it. I think it's a great idea to approach the draft that way and to be honest with yourselves as you kind of get into it.
Yep, 100%. I think it's just they could have taken Graham at 2, and people probably would have looked at him sideways for passing on Hunter and Carter and taking Graham. But Graham's one of the best 5 players in this draft. When you look at it, he's probably the last of the 4, if you count Genty as well, of those blue chip prospects for me. Carter, Hunter, Graham, Genty. So getting him in a position of need, getting picks, the big thing is going down 3 picks and getting a first round selection next year. Is just you look at the value compared on the Fitzgerald Spielberger chart. The Jaguars gave up the equivalent of the 8th overall selection in terms of difference. So they gave up a top 10 pick to go up 3 spots.
And I think the Jags are taking a new approach of being more aggressive and kind of leaning away from this long-term mediocrity that I think their fans have come
Purgatory,
to know.
brother. That's the word you're looking for. Purgatory.
Purgatory. I think they're looking to decisively say, we think we have the QB, we think we made the moves this offseason, we think our new coach is going to get the best of our players, and we want to go and get the best guy in the draft. So if you really think about it as like most people have Hunter as their 1, Jacksonville's had their pick of 3 1s now in the last 6 years with Lawrence and Walker and Hunter. And if you can't build a contending roster with the 3 best players across 6 drafts in your mind, then what are you doing?
And hey, I'd follow that up because that was an awesome point I hadn't thought about them getting their pick of the litter 3 times. It's like, take somebody like me who doesn't have Hunter number 1 on the overall board this year. Guess where he is? Number 2. Versus even say like the Trevor Lawrence pick and the Trevon Walker pick. It's like his floor is higher consensus than even those 2. So that was a great mention. I like that.
So I just think I think I'm enjoying seeing franchises be able to look in the mirror, make a different choice this year. I think that's my biggest takeaway from the top 5. I think people are trying something new, and for better or worse.
They said that it's not working. They came out and admitted that the Deshaun Watson trade was an abject failure, swing and a miss. They said we've got to change what we're doing, and the Browns, for better or worse, they're going to sink and swim with Barry and Stefanski, which I think is a good idea.
You could tell me that Mason Graham worked as a mechanic in Cleveland, and I'd believe you right now.
100%. He's got his own shop over in.
And I'm saying this as a guy that is beaming over this pick and this trade back and the value they got. This is phenomenal. But also it's just like, oh yeah, you could walk into a store and I would not think you played for the Browns or something. Like,
Yeah, 100%.
So that puts the Raiders on the clock here at number 6. Top offensive lineman gone, top defensive tackle gone, edge, wide receiver CB, and QB.
Gotta be
so
Genty.
Probably the top guy at everybody. See, I want to go back to Clint's point on this one.
Clint's been saying Kelvin Banks here.
Genty seems like the obvious pick.
Genty's too obvious. Look at Kelvin Banks.
Kelvin Banks has been the one that Clint's been on the table for you.
It's also, if you think about the way that Brady won with rosters, it was never with a big name running back. And he's going to try and instill the system that he knows. And I think he understands that in order for a pocket passer to be successful, they have to have a wall in front of them. That I would agree with Clint here. I think they're going to go offensive line, whether it's Membu for the right side, whether it's Kelvin Banks. I think I think you'll see the trenches addressed here.
Well,
They did the same thing, right? Last year, they went blue chip prospects wherever they thought they had them. They went.
Are you sticking with us, Sora?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm done to stay here for a little bit.
I'd go deeper than that. Even, you spoke on Brady. It's like speak on Spytech, the new GM. It's like he comes from Tampa, the Tristan Wirfs pick, building that trench. Look at the teams that Pete Carroll won with in Seattle.
Pick's coming in right now.
I'm hitting the button right now.
The pick is in.
I was wrong. I'll own it. I was wrong.
Okay. So it is Ashton Genty.
Ashton
All
Genty,
right.
Las Vegas Raider.
So now the Jets get their
Al Davis is like popping bottles of champagne in his grave right now. Al Davis would love this pick.
Louis, do you want to put it up on screen real quick of him walking across? Well, and there, it's behind enough that you're going to see him.
NFL draft. The Las Vegas Raiders select Ashton Genty, running back, Boise State.
From the blue turf.
Normally I'm not bullish on teams picking running backs this early, but I also like Genty was something else. Teams game plan for him week in and week out. Boise State didn't have much else to their offense in terms of playoff level explosive power. Like he was in a league of his own, and yet even as a center of people game plan, he would still be good for 150 to 200 week in and week out. So it's
with that Mullock is ready to be brought in here. Jets are on the clock now.
Honestly, I like the Gianti pick a lot though for fantasy. I think it's going to give him a really poor situation. I think this is one of the better spots for that.
Well, welcome, Nicholas. What's the call for the Jets? What are they doing here?
Can we draft a new owner? Because I'd love a new owner for this franchise.
There he is. There he is.
You just have to sell your soul to the devil.
Yeah, well, I've already done that multiple times. A rock named Dwayne is outside my house right now, so I can't do that. How you boys doing?
Doing good.
Good. So
draft night.
I want Tyler Warren with this pick because this team has never had a consistently good tight end since Mickey Schuler. Like Tyler Conklin was okay, but he wasn't great. And I'm sick and tired of these scrub tight ends playing with us. I want Tyler Warren here, or I'll take the tackle Membu. Those are the two players I want the most.
How does Banks make you feel?
Banks would make me feel fine, but I would love Membu. By the way, are we all shocked that the Raiders chose the speedy prospect? This is the Raiders. They always choose speed. Like, they learned their lesson after passing on Calvin Johnson for Jamarcus Russell. Oh, Will, that's a low blow, buddy. Oh, my God, that's not fun.
It's not, though. You just said you wanted a new owner in the draft.
Yes, I want a new owner. I want a new owner.
I just can't wait for the Jets. Last year passed up on Bowers, and then they're going to pass off on Warren right here. Just, passing up on two great tight ends.
I didn't hate passing on Bowers because I thought Fashanu was the best tackle in that draft. So I took it. I was fine with it. But I wanted Bowers too. This year, take Tyler Warren, get another offensive weapon. Because there's rumors that Breece Hall might get traded during this draft.
I was seeing Breece Hall and James Cook.
I'd tell you another question I'd have for you, Nick, is, you talked about the tight ends y'all have had and some of the frustration with that. It's like, do you think the frustration of the people that, quote unquote, missed on Bowers last year, taking Fashanu instead, factors into maybe wanting Warren and kind of.
No.
Fair enough.
Not on me. I can see what you're saying there, though. But to me, I like it's just been, I want to win. It's been like almost 15 years of no playoffs, almost 60 years of no Super Bowl appearances. I've had it with this franchise, and I want a tight end. I'm sick and tired of these scrubs. SCRUBS scrubs playing tight end here. I'm sick of it. So draft Tyler Warren here, and let's go.
I don't even need to back the Jets as a Patriots fan. You're doing it for me, Nick. Thank you. What do you think about what your division rivals did earlier the 4th pick. Just want to hear your take.
I like that pick. I'm live grading the draft. I've finished up to pick 4. I decided to hold off because I know I was joining here. I love that pick. I thought it was the best pick of the first 4 picks, in my opinion. You guys needed a tackle. Campbell was the best tackle in the draft, and if I would have been stunned if they passed on him. And you got a player there if he could be developed properly. I say if he could be developed properly because there's still the unknown of how the offense will function. But then again, you got Mike Vrabel on this team, so I trust him a lot more than Gerard Mayo.
Yeah. And by the way, everybody who's listening, if you want to hear Nick's energy all night, go on stadiumrant.com and look at his live draft grades.
Yes, in fact, I don't know if there's a way I could put a link of it on there. I have no idea. You guys know how to operate this more than I do. If you could put a link in the chat, you could put. Oh, JC, I'm gonna send you such a nasty DM after this, bro. I'm gonna send you such a nasty DM.
JC, I love you. That was great.
That's the best thing JC's ever said.
No, trust me. You haven't seen this man during WrestleMania 41's live stream. He said some crazy things in that chat.
Also, to add this to after the Giants picked
JC
up
legitimately
Abdul-Carter,
cyberbullied me last year when the Falcons took Pinnock.
Oh, well, can you blame him? I mean, they took a 5th-round prospect who's 25 years old and has had
Calm down,
so many
Nick,
injuries
calm
that I've lost
down.
track.
Yeah, Nick. Hey, let's just relax a little bit now. The Jets still haven't made their pick.
And I can't have fun while I'm with you boys. Like, come on.
I have seen the Jets. Well, we just broke 300 viewers. 300 viewers on the show right now.
On a serious note, Clint. I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry, dude.
I shouldn't have looked at my phone. The Jets pick is in.
Oh, I turn off my phone during the draft.
Don't spoil.
Don't spoil this.
Yeah, we gotta wait for Jets fan to see himself.
I can't
will
tell
add
if
this.
I toggled off or something, but we're on like a long commercial break here.
Very.
I will add this, though.
Can I speak about one thing? Because the Jaguars are my number 2 team. I like Travis Hunter, but trading 3, like all those picks they did for up 3 spots is an overpayment. Like I get this guy is like. Go ahead.
I'm gonna echo for a moment what Clint said, though. It's like you're not looking at it as moving 3 picks. You're looking at it as getting the guy that you want. What's the guy you want worth? He wasn't going to be there at 5. In no situation is Travis Hunter available at 5.
Pardon me, I'm hiding because the child is trying to go to bed and I'm being too loud, so I'm hiding on the deck right now.
Listen, just put the blame on me there, buddy.
Pick is
No, I'm being loud. My wife.
I'm hitting the button. Reggie Goodell's walking out. I've already looked at the spoiler, so I know what it is.
I got my notifications off for tonight. So.
All right, the pick is in here. So
okay, I'll take it. I'll take Membu. I'll take it. I will take him.
I would have taken.
I like
Membu.
that. Fashanu and Membu, like as a tackle unit, if they're developed properly and are healthy, I think that could be a tackle unit I'll take. I will take that.
Membu is my tackle 1, man. He's my number 6 player in the class. It's a good pick.
Tackle. So once again,
I'll take it. The Jets needed offensive linemen badly. I'll take it.
I'm disappointed as a Pats fan that y'all made a sensible pick here.
That leaves
No, Nick. It was a serious. On a serious note. Membu, he could even go to guard because he has experience at guard. So if they want to make the switch there, I'm fine with that.
So this brings us to the Panthers pick. Tight end 1 and wide receiver 1 are both still on the board.
So we're starting to get a little full here. I think I gotta let Bernard in. Yeah, I'm gonna let Sora and Nick go here.
Yeah, I just want to say,
great talking to y'all.
Have fun, everybody. I'll hop off so that Bernard can join in. Or do you want me to stay?
No, we're gonna bring Bernard in here. It was good talking to you, brother.
All right, yeah, it was good talking to you. Have a good night, guys.
I was going to also add, too, before Bernard gets here, the Giants also picked up Kayvon Thibodeau's 5th-year option after drafting Carter.
They just now did that?
Yep.
Oh, all right.
How y'all guys doing? Dang, our pick is in already.
Panthers pick is in. Yeah, we were moving.
So- They were on it.
Hit the button, man.
Guys, I have to just say for the record that my uncle is so right who just said, is anybody going to mention that Browns trade was literally straight out of draft day? I was like, honestly, great call.
Putney.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess nobody was going to Hunter's birthday party or something.
So the Panthers, this is a big pick for me. Obviously, as the Falcons guy, like, is this Jalen Walker cashing in? Is it Michael? I figured they take one of the Georgia guys here. The kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Dark horse pick being Ted, which I'll think.
Bernard, where are you wanting here, buddy? We
Well,
got you in here for this pick.
Well, first, our two defensive players that I want are been gone. Duke Carter and the other guy from Michigan. So I'm thinking we can go Walker from Georgia, but also looking at Emeka Abuka from Ohio State. Really, I think we should go defense first because we are dead last in everything. Defense efficiency. Offense, we was like what? We were at the top, I think the bottom 3 or 4 in the NFL in offense. So I'm thinking if we could go defense first, let's go ahead and get Walker from Georgia. But if they decide they want to give Bryce Young some weapons, they need to go ahead and go Emeka Abuka from Ohio State. That's my thoughts.
I'm sorry to break this to you, but he's a Texan. Okay, keep your hands off of him.
He said those are fighting words.
Nah.
He's an Arizona Cardinal at 16.
Nah. We getting dude from Ohio State or Georgia. Like I said, I'm good with either picks, But like I said, I think he's wide receiver 1. I say yes. He need to go ahead and come to Carolina. Like I said, our offense been bad last year, but at least our offense had like a little light. But like I said, I got Emeka Abuka or Walker from Georgia.
I think you would see Ted instead. With him and Leggett, they would use one of them to play that slot Chris Godwin role, but have the size and that slot kind of X body that would be closer to, say, like a Drake London. I could see them getting dicey with that. That's what I said about Dark Horse. But, I mean, and I don't have affiliation with the Panthers outside of I'm a Falcons guy. How do you not take one of these defenders, man? I just don't – I'm going to be dumbfounded, admittedly.
I'd also throw out Matthew Golden too, just to add speed in Carolina. I mean, is it probably a little high for him? Absolutely, but I mean, you can't teach that speed.
Nah, Golden. And what position he play right now? I forget what position he played. I mean, I was just looking at the key players that we really need, but
he's wide receiver. Matthew Golden, wide receiver.
Hey, I'm good. I'll go with either or. It's just that we just need weapons, all across the board. It's like we can't stop the run, we can't stop the pass on defense, and it's like we playing with barely mediocre weapons on offense.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. So, this year pick us in, and then plus that, like I said, we missed the playoffs in the last 7 seasons.
I'd also throw out, what would your thoughts be on Tyler Warren? I know you have Jatavian Sanders, but it's some 12 personnel with Sanders and Warren. I don't know about that one.
Sanders and Warren, I don't know. It's give and take here and there. Like I said, Taylor Warren, yeah, we need a good tight end too. Yeah, like someone said in Slack that we haven't had a good tight end since Greg Olsen. That's a long time, man.
Met Greg Olsen when I lived in Charlotte at a really classic hot dog spot in Charlotte. And it was like, I looked around and that guy must have had 1 million kids with him, dude. Like, for him to be the best announcer now, like, that's one of the most starstruck, all joking aside, for me to have met a lot of famous people. That's one of the most starstruck, oddly, I've ever been. I was like, oh my God, it's Greg Olsen over there. Because, I mean, he really is. I mean, I lived in Charlotte for a good period of time. And it's like, oh, yeah, he's big time there, as obviously, but. Guys, have we even mentioned possibly that this? I said dicey. Is this a pick that gets real dicey and it's someone we haven't even said? Like, when's that pick coming? Because I know that we said Mason Graham, but that's kind of cheap because it was a trade. I mean, like a pick that no one moved. A pick that a pick that they sat where they were and we've had it wrong. Like, is this one that could get weird?
Hit
I
that
think
button,
it's-
Bahukas.
I think it's the next one. I think it's New Orleans.
Okay.
Yeah, I think New Orleans are really gonna. The Saints are gonna really shift the draft with their next pick.
Mhm. And it looks like
And that is the dark horse pick.
Wow! All right.
Wow.
I think I get it. You got a young quarterback, but man, you know what? I'm going to stop myself. You got to see what they do tomorrow. You got to watch the whole thing. You got to watch the whole thing and see if they come get value or they make some moves. You got to see the whole thing. Tet's a great player. He's justifiably picked at the 8th overall pick. Him and Leggett, Jalen Coker as your 3 receivers. That's some serious ammunition for a young quarterback. It's like that's not a silly pick by any means, even though it wasn't necessarily what I would have done.
With you. I'm lower on Tet McMillan than the field. He's my wide receiver 4. I just the concerns about him being able to separate consistently worry me, and going to Bryce Young in Carolina. I'm not sold on it. But Bernard, you're the Panthers expert here. How do you feel about Tedero McMillan?
Want to be honest with you, I have to agree with you. I'm not sure, but I mean, let's just see what the guy does. But I feel better if we had got Miki Abuka. You know, a dog. We need like a dog receiver. Or like I said, we have went over on the defensive side and get Walker from Georgia. I'd be good with that pick too. This pick, it's okay. I'm not overjoyed by it, but I mean, hey, let's just see what happens. You know, who never knows? He might shock the hell out of me. I mean, who knows? But this pick has been all right. I would have been more better if we had a Bika Buka.
That's the proper attitude you got right there, honestly.
Yeah.
But kind of like,
Yeah.
and this isn't necessarily what I wanted. This isn't necessarily what I thought. He's a good player. I'm gonna give him a shot. Let's see the rest of it. That's honestly the right attitude. He's a good player, man.
Saints
Right, he's
pick
good.
is already in.
Do you think the Saints gets Shador Sanders or that's the Steelers pick?
Dark.
I think it's more Dart.
More Dart.
I'm going to go outside the box. I'm going to go offensive tackle.
Oh, I thought you said I'm going out the box. I think it's Dart. I'm like, so far out the box, you came right back into it.
Right. Something tells me that Kellen Moore is going to say they're not bringing Penning back, that they want to get their left tackle of the future. The problem is the value is just not there. I mean, the best tackle for some
Trevor
folks is
Penning
Kellen.
sucks and is a tool.
Trevor Penning is going to get promoted to a fan of the New Orleans Saints from a player. Thank you for your service. Walmart's awaiting.
Yes.
He's not a good tackle. He's not. He's too over aggressive, not in the way that you want. He's got horrible foot placement, and he has no sense of pass protection. He will kill any quarterback you put back there.
Yeah.
Just draft somebody else.
I mean, my next best ones are Josh Simmons and Ariante Ursary, and I wouldn't feel comfortable either of them here at 9. But we said New Orleans could shock the world. They could take Josh Simmons here.
I'll tell you.
So we got AJ. You're on here to talk about the Saints.
I'm here to talk about the Bears.
We'll just hang out until then.
Well,
Yeah,
that's good. That's about to be up here shortly.
How do you feel about Genty being gone?
I'm not a huge believer in taking a running back in the first round, so I was actually very happy he was gone. I am very high on Judkins, so I hope they take him in the second round. And ideally, I just want them to get Caleb another option, honestly. Like Tyler Warren would be my go-to pick for the Bears. I wanted them to go O-line, but obviously they handled that in free agency pretty well. So I'd have to say that right now, I guess I'd hope they take Warren.
Yeah. Just want to jump in with the Saints. They really made this pick quick. So it seems like they've been very decided on this.
It's because it's dark.
It's a quarterback. I'm
It's
feeling
dark.
quarterback.
I have the spoiler. Do you guys want it to be spoiled or no?
No, I
don't
want
need you to spoil it. I know.
I just think it's got to be a left tackle, but I just don't know what left tackle is here that would be value. Maybe Simmons, Ursary's my next best one. I don't know. AJ, what do you think? I know you're a Bears guy, but what do you think?
I wouldn't be shocked if it's Jackson Dart, but also I wouldn't be shocked if it was a tackle, especially with Ramczyk retiring. So Simmons could be in play, or they could just really go off the board. Maybe Will Johnson. I don't know. They lost some corners. Maybe Will Johnson.
It's true. Could be Will Johnson too. They could just go really outside the box and just take Jalen Milroe and just shock the world.
That would really change the entire draft, I feel like.
What if they moved Derek Carr out to tackle?
Derek
my
Carr can't.
gosh.
Yeah.
Just run Wildcat the whole time.
Yeah. Just run Wildcat, Derek Carr.
With Derek Carr.
All right,
His spine
get that
lasts for
bud,
approximately
Lucas.
2 hits.
Hitting the button.
All right.
Well, Bears are 4 and change into their allotted time for the 10th overall pick. Here's the commissioner with the Saints' choice.
It's wrong. I was wrong. I'll claim it. I was wrong on that.
With the 9th overall pick, the Saints select
With the 9th
trial
pick
by
in the
combat.
2025 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Kelvin Banks Jr.
Wow.
I'll tell y'all from they're my main rival. People are gonna act like that's not like a sexy pick. That's a smart pick for a team that really needs to rebuild this thing and is void of talent and has a new head coach who's coming here with the understanding it's going to take some time. And this kid's just going to be a good NFL starting lineman for multiple years. And that was a smart pick.
Yep, for
It
sure.
wasn't cool, but it was smart.
Yeah.
I guess I'm devil's advocate. I'm significantly lower on Banks. I can't see him as an NFL left tackle. There's foot speed concerns. He lunges too often. He's a great guard. Don't get me wrong. You kick him inside the guard, he's
Yeah, well,
absolutely
they're
fantastic.
also trying to milk Nick Saldiveri to get guard minutes, and they're trotting Trevor Penning out there. It's like their O-line is so – even if your opinion was fact, that's still a good pick. Like, obviously, it's not as good as if they're obviously projecting him to play tackle, taking him in the top 10. But it's like that was just a high floor, can't screw this up. Oh, can you screw up taking Jackson Dart? Oh, yeah, you can screw that up. You're not going to screw this up. That was a smart pick.
All right, AJ, are you still here with us, brother?
Yep, yeah, AJ's still here.
I thought he was still here because it looks like the pick's already in. It looks like the Bears, the full throttle, went up to the podium.
That's not what I wanted.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, that was
All
a
right.
bit quicker than I thought.
All right, so here we go.
Do you think the Bears might pick a not quarterback, wide receiver, or you think they're good on wide receiver?
I'd be okay if they took a wide receiver. I don't think that's where they'll go, but I'd be happy, especially no Keenan Allen, even though he was kind of not great, but he still takes a good corner away. So I wouldn't be upset if they took a wide receiver.
If they went wide receiver, who are you going here? Burden, Egbuka, who's your Matthew Golden? I think would be probably the highest mocked one here. Is that right, Clint?
This is going to be the first tight end.
You think so?
This is going to
Probably
be
Loveland
or Warren.
Please be Warren.
If Loveland goes over Warren, I'm pulling a clip from a couple episodes ago where Tyler told me,
I think Tyler Warren is tight
that
end
was
one,
a
but
spot
I
on
think it's
impression of
Loveland.
Tyler.
Please don't.
I said
Nobody
I
made
liked
fun of
Loveland as
Tyler
one.
for being cooked like Larry the Lobster from Disney today. I really should have.
Well, the pick is in.
All right, here we go. I'm gonna swap over here.
I'm gonna hit the button.
Well, let's not forget the expanding lineup of international games as well as Christmas, Thanksgiving Day.
May
There's so many
14th
fascinating
schedule
matchups.
release.
It's the best.
Yes, because
Great.
nothing says holiday cheer like watching your team
We're still
destroy
talking now.
another. So, without further ado, everybody get it together.
Yeah, I'm
mark
thinking
your
that
calendars,
that
set your alarms,
The
That
schedule
was probably
will be
pretty
dropped
close here.
on May 14th. There we go. Lock it in. We can't wait. You can tweet it out, tell everybody, and don't miss it. Be sure to check out all the great content from the NFL team sites, the club's social channels around the schedule release. Tune into NFL Network as well as ESPN2.
I'm gonna go take the
Full
dog out for a
coverage
minute,
of
y'all.
The thrilling 2025 matchup. May 14th.
There's a good chance the pick might not be
Basically
good.
here at this point. Guys, get ready and buckle up for the greatest season of your lives.
That is quite the hype. I know what I'm doing on May 14th.
What Bernard, once this pick goes through on the screen, we'll have you clear out just so that we have plenty of room for people to keep jumping in and out here. And probably AJ, we'll have you comment and then same thing, just so that we can keep having room.
We find out the Bears.
All right. No need to show the Packers fans, guys. Like, come on. Come on.
What's your favorite part of this draft? That's in Green Bay.
The commission's actually up there now.
Oh, boy.
So this is the tight end, or this is tight end.
The chat seems to know who the pick was, and I am excited to watch everyone's reaction.
Yeah.
I'm excited to watch him get booed off the stage the moment he says Chicago Bears.
Yesterday, the NFL family lost a true legend, Bears Hall of Famer Steve McMichael. My heart is with the McMichael family during this incredibly difficult time. Misty, please know that you are in our thoughts and prayers. Mongo's remarkable contributions to the game and the community will never be forgotten.
No disrespect.
His legacy will continue to
And
inspire.
he's such a bad public speaker, Goodell is. Like,
Yeah.
50 years ago,
this is
the
not
fourth
good.
pick in the
No. He just, you can
1975
tell he's
NFL
just
draft.
reading.
He sounds like
Chicago
such a-
Bears selected one of Steve McMichael's teammates and closest friends, Walter Payton.
Like it's
running
so
back,
it's
Jackson
so
State.
rigid. Like you would think somebody somewhere would have given him some PR training on, hey, don't read it verbatim from the
Walter would go
card.
on to rush for nearly 17,000 yards and 110 touchdowns over 13 seasons, all with the Chicago Bears.
Pretty crazy you're getting a bigger history
As you
lesson
heard
on the
earlier,
Bears
NFL continues
than
to honor
a
sweetness,
Green Bay Packer
not only
at
for
any
his
point.
performance and
Yeah.
excellence on the field, but also his commitment to give back to his community.
Oh, ESPN's ahead of the curve.
Yep, you guys all got it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Colston Loveland.
Here we go.
is-
Told you.
NFL draft.
Oh my God.
Wow.
I hate this.
Told you.
Like, why?
Told you.
Okay, so I want to go on the record here and say that a couple weeks ago on our show, I said that I would not be shocked, and I am in fact not shocked, that Loveland goes over Warren. I understand everybody's hard preference towards Warren, but Colston Loveland is not a bad player. We need to stop talking about it like this guy doesn't have the full skill set, like he's not built like a prototypical tight end. I don't hate this pick. I'd love to hear everybody else's thoughts.
Oh, wow.
All right. Bernard, if you have one thought, go ahead, and then we're gonna let you go.
Oh nah, man. Just tune in on our weekly show. Stay and Rant, Ringside Rant on every Mondays at 8:00 to the Rock Rush Party, and tune in on our wrestling show at 8:00 here and Stay and Rant and Ringside Rant. If y'all not done with that, I just got 2 words for you. Acknowledge us.
I love that.
Thank you guys, man. Y'all have a good one.
Have a good night, brother.
Peace, brother.
AJ, why don't you go ahead and tell us what you think of your new piece? Oh, we're also over 500 viewers right now, 514. Still, the number's still growing. But
Hey,
go ahead.
Niner friend, please don't spoil this pick. I want to see it live. Thank you.
Yeah. What you thinking?
I'm very, very angry at the moment, but I'm gonna try and be positive. He's not bad. He's not. It's not like he's a bad player. I personally just would rather Warren, but from what I've heard, is that he's a better counterpart to Cole Kmet than Warren would be. So I guess that's cool. Yeah, I'm very surprised, but it's the Bears. I don't know why I'm surprised. They do this all the time. Yeah, a little disappointed.
Yep, Tyler is having the crash out that you were mentioning, Louis.
Yeah,
Look,
I'm
it's
gonna crush.
I
on him.
love Tyler, and he's one of my favorite draft analysts, and I just like to be right sometimes too. So
Sometimes.
all respect to the game. I think you put the work in. I'm just saying. Sometimes I got a feeling.
Yeah, classic Bears. Honestly, that's all I got. Just the classic
Yeah,
Bears.
I want
Here's
to
Jay.
reiterate what's kind of been said tonight, real quick. But everybody, this stream is sponsored by Stadium Rant, right? Most of us work
good call.
or in auxiliary functions of Stadium Rant. So please check out our website, stadiumrant.com. Fifth Down Territory is live every Tuesday on YouTube, on Twitter, so make sure and check them out. Make sure and follow all these awesome guys on Twitter. Follow the Stadium Rant account on Twitter. We'll be dropping a lot of names and stuff on there. And, huge shout out to Clint, to Bill, for some of these guys for coming on tonight and helping talk about the draft.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'd start kind of transitioning that just to us real quick, because this pick for San Francisco's been in for a minute. This, to me, is obvious. It's going to be line of scrimmage. You're either going to get Michael or Shamar Stewart as a strong run stuffing edge with some oomph, or this is going to be an offensive lineman that they're trying to rebuild it with. Jeremiah had Zabel. That's probably a little rich. I personally, if I was in the room, I don't understand how you don't take Michael here, but we'll see. If it's not line of scrimmage, my jaw's hitting the floor.
I really want Jalen Walker. That hybrid edge rusher.
I could
can also play linebacker.
Are we all out on Will Johnson here? I mean, they lost their number one corner in the offseason. He's at the Colts now. So they have a need in the secondary, I think.
Oh, yeah, and we also lost Ufunga. I mean, obviously not a corner, but, secondary.
Yeah, I think, Jahdae Barron would make some sense to me here. I think Will Johnson is a great pick in this range. I know he's got injury concerns, but we talked about this on Tuesday. Clint and I did. If you're not the type of GM that's scared of injuries, I think this is a slam dunk range for Will Johnson.
Yeah,
I would not be upset with it at all. But
real quick, AJ, thank you for coming in and doing the Bears pick, man.
Yeah,
we appreciate that 100%.
Oh, is this Shane back in my stream? Bro, today's the day.
Dang,
This
man,
is the goat
it's good to
right
see
here.
you, brother.
This is the goat right here.
And we back, and we back, and we back, and we all the way back.
I'll also add too. I know we talked about trenches and we talked about corner, but Mason mentioned it about Hufanga. Are we sure this isn't Malachi Starks or Nick Emenwari here?
Man, this feels high for a safety to me, but
yeah, I don't know. Just my kind of thought through all this is we lost a lot of key positions in this offense or in this defense this offseason. It really, there's a lot of options we could go here, and I'm not going to be upset. I just think Jalen Walker is the move because linebacker and edge rusher. When Greenlaw was out last year, the 3 quarters he played, it was an entirely different defense. Fred Warner needs some help. We're kind of built off that. That's how we run our defense. So I don't know. I could really go anything here and be satisfied as long as we don't just take some stupid pick.
quantify. Okay, so quantify before we see it. What's a stupid pick in your mind?
Wide
Is
receiver.
it a position? You think wide receiver
Tyler
would
Warren?
I mean, I love Tyler Warren, but man, we got Kittle. Come on. He's a Niner till he retires.
Fair. Fair.
Cody's teasing. Okay.
It's Michael, man.
It is
I just don't.
It's Jared Wilson. I knew it. Georgia player. It's Jared Wilson.
If it is Michael, as I've thought, I will say this from the Falcons' perspective, and this might not be what people think. They're sitting there sweaty. They want one of those 2 Georgia guys, and now that one's gone, there's only one left. Does he make it to 15?
My favorite thing, I think we should do this, is every time everybody submits a pick, we should pretend like we're draft room and everybody start high-fiving. No matter if it's the most obvious pick on the board, just be like, oh, we're the best room in the league.
Yes.
Nobody big-brained this.
Can I be the guy that's upset and walks into the corner if it's not what I wanted?
Yes. You can be the guy.
We encourage that.
All right, here we go.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and press the button now.
Hello from United States Forces Japan. I'm Sergeant Mitchell Johnson. I'm here with
I was going to make a
service
joke here, but
members
I'm
of the
going to.
United States
No, I'm
Army,
not going to.
Marine Corps, and Navy.
Come on now.
We're proud to announce that this year we are celebrating our 250th anniversary. We're grateful for the opportunity to partner with the NFL Salute to Service and the USO in introducing the San Francisco 49ers 2025 draft pick.
With the San Francisco 49ers draft pick,
Goodell taking a cheap ovation from
the U.S.
So here comes the
military.
commissioner now with that pick.
I want to be wrong, and I want this to not be Michael.
It'll be Shamar. It feels Shamar coded.
Mixed in with the requisite booze for the Niners here in Packers
Thank
country.
you to our men and women who serve in the United States military for your sacrifices to defend our country's freedom.
What the freak is this?
All right.
No, he doesn't.
With the 11th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Michael Williams.
All right.
defensive end,
There you
Georgia.
go,
Very
Clank.
good.
Good call.
Very
Good
good.
call.
Yeah, Nick Bosa.
That was the right
Hey,
pick.
Cowboys are on the clock. Shane, talk to us.
How's it going, y'all? First off, good to be back. Obviously, you know, I was with y'all for about a year and a half before I had to move on with my career at iHeart. Real quick, I want everybody to say hi to my daughter Natalia. Say hi.
Hi, Natalia.
Hi. Yeah, last time y'all saw her, I guess she was like like not even crawling.
Newly born. Yeah.
So, here's the thing. So I have a friend who works at the Star, and I already know who the pick is. I'm not gonna reveal who it is on here.
Yeah. The pick is in on ESPN right
Good
now.
on you for not coming on
Yeah,
here
so
and
it's-
acting as
so
if you were
instead-
speculatory and like cool. you
Yeah. So
know?
instead, what I'll do is I can answer questions about what they need, and I can also, when the pick is revealed, I can give y'all some analysis on that.
Look me in my eyes and tell me it's not Matthew Golden right now.
I don't want to tell you who it is and who it isn't, but
Is it a trench player? I feel like it's the trenches.
I'll tell you this. It's an offensive player. That's all I'm gonna say. It's an offensive player.
So it is golden.
So Shane, let's go ahead and touch
Zabel?
on like going into this draft. There was a lot of
Zabel.
speculation around the offense of the Cowboys. You know, how's that going to return to form after an injury? You know, they didn't make big splashes in free agency. What were your expectations going into this draft?
I had kind of low expectations just because, like, after they gave away a 4th round pick for Jonathan Mingo, it really limited their options to get an impact starter in the first 4 picks, just because they have a high pick in the 4th round, down to 3, unless they were to make some sort of move. So I knew coming in, you needed a starting cornerback. You need after Jordan Lewis left the free agency and Trayvon Diggs might not play this year. You needed a wide receiver, obviously CeeDee Lamb. You needed a starting running back, and you needed a starting guard. Just because right now, with the new regime, they brought in Brian Schottenheimer, loves to run the ball. They brought in Clayton Adams, and he's an offensive line guru. So you kind of felt like offense was going to be the first pick anyway, just given the trends. They like to give their coaches like sort of an advantage coming in. So that's why I kind of knew the first pick was going to be an offensive pick. And it looks like the selection is going to be up.
Here we go.
So
All right,
like
let's turn the audio
I
on.
said, I already knew what the pick was. I'm not gonna tell y'all.
So we'll find out. And here come Packers fans to greet him.
Man.
ESPN's a little ahead.
Can
now,
I
look
speak up for a second about Tyler Baker? Can I speak up?
Hold on.
I've gotten trolled.
Hold on.
He just gave it away.
Oh, spoiled.
See, I get my mic on mute.
Wow.
No, bro.
I'm gonna
no,
own
we're
it.
on Texas team, bro.
Nolan, talk to us.
Wow.
What are you thinking, Nolan?
I'm fine
I kept
with
my
that.
mouth shut too, and I already knew what was gonna happen.
Hey, I knew we were going O-line with this pick. I mean, this is just kind of where our headspace is, especially with Tech going earlier on than we hoped. It is 100% going to be O-line. And, I mean, hey, you get Zach Martin's replacement right away. This kid's going to get plugged in at right guard and immediately going to have an impact on this O-line. So I love this pick. I'm not mad with it at all.
Booker was the number 13 player on my final board. I got trolled by a lot of people for saying that he would go in the first round and that was silly. I'm going to victory lap that one.
So then he was
that
appropriately picked then.
Yeah.
That kid's going to start for the Cowboys for years.
right now, the interior of the offensive line, obviously with the assumption that Tyler Booker is going to start, is Tyler Smith is left guard, Cooper Beebe is at center, and then Tyler Booker's at right guard. That right
Nasty.
away tells you what they're going to do is they're gonna run the ball.
Run the ball.
So
That
nasty.
that is a heavy, powerful interior line that honestly is probably going to have a lot of emphasis on the zone run. If I
What
had
a
to
great
expect.
response to Zach Martin, too, Shane. What a great response to that, man. In terms of being like, no, we're continuing this brand and we're going to hit you in the mouth. I think that's awesome.
No, I love the pick. And here's the thing, is because the Cowboys in the last 2 years, with Mozzie Smith 2 years ago and Tyler Guyton last year, they put themselves in a position where they had to, one, get a starter, and two, it might suck to hear this, especially talking to you, Nolan, as another Cowboys fan, they needed maybe to go with a safer route. And in the first round, one of the safest things you can do is pick a trench player, a guy you know can contribute right away. Then it's not going to be a splashy pick. It's going to be an effective pick. So at the very least, if nothing else, you rebuilt the interior of this offensive line over the last 3 years with a bunch of guys who are big, mean, nasty, and all have one thing in common, and that's power.
Yep, 100%. I would love if Dallas moves up from 44 and tries to make some noise in round 2. I don't know if they're going to do it, though.
I think in round 2, I don't think they're going to touch running back until the third round, if I'm being honest. I think in round 2, they're either going to go receiver or cornerback, just because they've visited with so many running backs who are like day 1, day 2, day 3 guys. And I think everyone, including them, realizes once you get out of the second and third round, the cornerback and receiver rooms, in terms of like impact starters, or at least like guys who can contribute in year 1, declines. It just does.
For sure.
So I expect the second round pick to be either corner or receiver.
For sure.
I guess I'm just in the minority here. I like Tyler Booker to Dallas. Do not get me wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't like him at 12. It just feels high for me.
So here's one thing. On the one hand, you have, like, I would think we all agree in terms of like a pure guard, not a tackle switching to guard. He's the best pure guard from college to NFL type prospect, right?
Mhm.
And at the very least, again, because they have messed up the last 2 drafts. Mozzie Smith played better at the end of last year from the Texans game on to the end of the season, and Tyler Guyton was inconsistent and was one of the more penalized guys on the offensive line. So they knew that, especially with the new regime, they needed to get the pick right. The best way to do that is to get the best offensive lineman available. And I knew that they were down to either Tyler Booker or Josh Simmons, the tackle from Ohio State. And I think if Josh Simmons didn't have the injury concern, he might have been the pick because they really liked him. And I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, if he falls to 44, he might get picked up. He might. Yeah. They might double dip. But just because I'm probably gonna get confirmed for this from my friend who works at the Star, like did they go the safer route? Because I knew we knew they liked him. He was always on their short list. Nolan, I know you know he was going to be on their short list, but what probably took him over guys like Matthew Golden and such like that. They realized they can't have another first round whiff, and taking Tyler Booker was going to be a plug and play option. That was a safe pick.
100%.
No, completely get it. He's a guy, play style wise, comps for me is Wyatt Teller. If you get a guy like Wyatt Teller at right guard,
I will take that.
I'm perfectly fine with it.
Miami pick is in.
I just struggle with a guard at 12.
Yeah.
That's
So,
my whole beef.
I'll stay with you.
Some
If
great-
y'all want, I can stay with y'all for one more pick, but then I have to go back to playing with my daughter now that the Cowboys did.
Guys,
we haven't spoken to Shake yet. He's here for the Dolphins. Talk to us about those terrible Dolphins.
Listen, I'll tell you, it's a dumpster's fire right from the top on down to the bottom. Stephen Ross may be one of arguably the worst owners in the National Football League, and it's a pity to watch every single year. We'll put this dance on of, oh, we got speed. Don't worry, but we have one of the softest coaches in the NFL, so it doesn't really matter because we can't play defense when it matters the most. So what do I hope happens tonight, gentlemen? I hope we draft an offensive lineman. Because this guy right here is one injury away from his career being over, and I don't see a bigger priority than putting some insurance on a guy you just signed to a whole hell of a lot of money. I also understand the fact that you're getting rid of Jalen Ramsey, but, dude, you got to protect the quarterback. I feel like you can get a DB later in this draft, and there's a lot of offensive linemen that I feel like you can get. I did want Booker, but here we are.
Yeah. Yep. I think especially after that Teron Armstead retirement.
Yes.
It was even more apparent that has to be the direction they go. I wouldn't hate Jahdae Barron here for them.
I've heard that.
I like his game a lot. I guess Will Johnson is still falling. I guess that depends how you have those guys ranked, but yeah, I think O line is a glaring need for this.
I can't see who Clint's holding up here.
Yeah.
Gray
I know-
Zabel, boys. The same.
I know offensive line is a need, but are we sure the Dolphins don't rectify the Christian Wilkins situation and go defensive tackle here?
I wouldn't
Are
hate
we
that either.
gonna talk about how Clint just has 2 phones? He's just using a phone to show us a phone. Like,
Yeah.
what in
that's
2008 am I watching?
We don't need a Schefter. We
Wait.
have a Clint. He's got multiple phones there.
Hang on, let me change pants real quick.
I got 2. Some of you got to be old enough for that. Sorry.
Yeah, I was there with it. I was with it.
Oh, are you
Yeah,
a big?
I know you were. I know you were.
Are you the kind of guy who sits in the crowd with an NFL hat on, Shane?
No, I got this actually. In 2019, I went to Nashville for the draft, and I went there representing Fansided back when I wrote for them, and I just bought this as a little keepsake.
I swear the dopest piece.
The next 2 picks are pretty much in right now.
All right. Do we want to? If we're this
Hey,
far behind,
this
I don't know why
isn't
the
comp.
NFL stream is lagging so much.
No, ESPN is on a commercial right now.
I mean,
Yeah,
I'm not trying to
ESPN's
be a
on
Okay.
commercial.
but I don't think
Okay, I
we
was
have
gonna
to
say.
I don't think we have to talk about Indianapolis too much. They're obviously going to take Tyler Warren.
Yeah.
Well, he's a Rass.
Like I
He's a
don't.
Rass
brass
boy.
guy.
Shamar. Are we
He's
sure
an-
Shamar Stewart's not on the board for them?
I'll go ahead and bring King Will in.
Yeah.
He's for the Colts, and it looks like their pick's going to come up pretty
I'm gonna let
quick.
y'all go. Y'all have a good night. Thanks for having me on.
Peace, Shane.
Later, Shane.
Tyler's in chat trying to get me all fired up. Do they say fuck defense and protect? They better not.
They just go Shedeur Sanders and just blow up the internet. That's what the Dolphins do.
One more.
I think they're definitely getting a big boy. Also, shout out to over 680 people watching the stream. We are at an hour and 47 minutes. The number is still climbing. We should be at 700.
Zabel.
What up, Shake?
All right, here we go.
I'm
Here we
going
go,
D-
guys.
I'm going
Is-
DT.
Okay,
Everyone
gentlemen.
seeing this?
All right, gentlemen.
Kenneth Grant.
Miami Dolphins here comes the commissioner with the Dolphins selection, 13th overall.
Yes.
Kenneth Grant is crazy.
I didn't hear who just called that, but good call.
All right.
Okay.
That's another
So-
Miami Dolphins draft pick right there. That's all I gotta say, gentlemen. That is right up our alley.
You do not sound like a happy Dolphins fan.
No. Listen, we drafted Chop last year, slow develop, right? I was okay with that considering the position I thought we were in. But we're not anywhere close to a playoff spot right now. We're about as bad as the Jets. The Patriots are getting better. The Bills run our shit right now. And we're drafting D-Tap. Okay, he's probably going to be good. That's not my issue. But our biggest asset is under fire every single time. And we lost our best offensive lineman, who probably wasn't going to retire, but got arrested and then said, I should probably go. So, hey.
The pick, the pick is already in for the Colts. So this is coming up quick. But
Tyler Warren.
so how'd you grade that, Shake? What's your immediate grade?
See, I'm not going to trash it that bad because I don't think he's going to be bad, but I think it could have been spent a lot better.
Yeah, tough one, but yeah, this is a guy I like. I just think it's a little rich for him at this part of the draft.
I mean, shout out to the
Brendan,
Indiana kid.
we're all here for the Clint meltdown after the number 8 pick last year.
Well, do you mind turning your TV volume down a little?
I don't have my volume
Oh,
on.
I hear somebody's TV blasting.
But Chris Ballard, don't screw this up. It's right here. Don't link it up for once.
Yeah, talk about your
Make a
Colts.
smart pick.
It's
got to be Tyler Warren. If it's anybody else, go ahead and pack your stuff. The fans will help you move out tomorrow.
I think you got to be right here. That's the one that makes sense here. I think this was his absolute floor. We are also
Here's the
over
thing, though.
700.
Tell
We're
me
over
this draft
700
room
viewers,
looks
guys.
excited. Tell me this draft room looks excited because I
They look
don't think
bored.
they were.
Right.
So even if it is Tyler Warren slam dunk, whatever, they still don't seem like they got a guy
They
that
don't
they are
seem happy about
super
it at all.
excited about. Yeah, they're just twirling around in their chair.
But it
Don't do
also
what the-
doesn't give any interpretation like of a Shamar Stewart type of guy, because you feel like if it was a pass rushing monster, everybody would be screaming.
Don't do what the Indianapolis Star recommended. Do not take Sanders.
Yeah, I
Tyler
read
There's
that
no
Warren.
way
too.
it's Shadur Sanders.
It's Tyler Warren.
As a guy who lives in Indianapolis, I read that in the Star too, and I wanted to cancel my subscription immediately.
All right, here we go. Let's see. All right, I'm unmuted. Here we go, gentlemen.
This is the most obvious pick thus far. It's Tyler Warren.
was that face?
Nick Emenwari.
With the 14th pick,
So
Shador
obvious.
Sanders.
2025 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis
Imagine.
Colts select
We got him.
Tyler Warren.
Yep.
Tight end,
Okay.
There it is.
Penn
Good
State.
There you go.
Good pick.
All right,
Good pick.
I'm going to speak up as the Falcons guy now. If we stay in the spot and don't take Jalen Walker, I will.
Okay, hold on. Let's let Will get a piece in here.
Yeah.
We'll come back to you
Yeah,
on the Falcons.
Will and Shay, closing thoughts about both of your picks here.
Will, go
Richardson,
ahead first. Yeah.
Richardson, you're out of excuses. It's time to put up or shut up. Play quarterback or admit you can't play quarterback. This is it. Make or break. Ballard, if you can't play quarterback, you're fired. If you can't play quarterback, Shane Steichen, you can go with him.
Daniel, JC says Daniel Jones to Tyler Warren for a touchdown. Colts lose 7-42.
Absolutely.
Oh,
Hey,
that's rough.
Will,
All right.
it's not going to be much better on the Finn side. I'm not going to lie. It won't get better until Stephen Ross sells the team, and there's no way to sugarcoat that. It's just been bad ever since. But I love my boys. I hope we win some games and make it fun, but I'm a little disappointed.
All right, guys. Well, thanks for coming
we
on.
appreciate you.
Thank you, guys.
All right, go ahead, Clint.
It's going to be Jalen Walker if they stay here. If I'm wrong, I'll do like a jackass Johnny Knoxville style stunt on this feed. You know, I know a lot of people are clamoring for Mike Green. They won't take Mike Green over Jalen Walker. I think Jalen Walker, this is a situation. This is somebody they did not figure was going to fall in their lap. A lot of people will say that Jalen Walker plays the Caden Ellis blitz inside linebacker off ball role. It doesn't matter if he does. It's like today I shared a quote my old man used to always say about, he doesn't fit our scheme. We'll get a new effing scheme. You know, it's like you find a spot for Jalen Walker here. Jalen Walker's a top 10 player in this class. He's played at Georgia. He's from the South. This guy's an A-plus person, A-plus leader, A-plus talent, 6'1", 246, solid as a damn rock. His dad's a damn D2 All-American, a D2 head football coach. He lives, breathes, and eats the shit. You want to talk about the fans will get juiced up here. An impact player, day one, a value pick heading into day two. This is too damn easy for a GM whose seat is hot, 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 like a damn Sandals resort, buddy. It's like this is too damn easy to get some goodwill with the fans, a good pick on that defense that needs a spot. This is too easy. Unless somebody calls like that's trying to trade up for a quarterback and they give you, because we do need picks. We need picks. We don't have a third. We don't have a fifth. We could use picks, but I don't. If I was in the room, I'm not picking up the phone. I'm taking Jalen Walker right here. It's just too easy sometimes, and I know this is hard for the Falcons to understand. Sometimes you don't get cute and take a football player.
Does it concern you at all that they're still debating the pick? If it was truly Jalen Walker,
No, they. What did I just say? Like, I'm not being a smart ass when I say this. What did I just say about being cute? They kind of think they're cute. Like, we'll listen to the phone. I mean, they could trade back here. I'm not saying that. And if it happens, I'll hear it out. But I like to make a statement. It's like, no, I'd tell you, they're going to take Walker. And I'm going to be real excited. And I should be, because that's a top 10 player we got at 15 and we didn't trade up. And then lastly, I'd say this, and this is speculatory. If you were sitting here having a beer with Terry Fontenot right now and you asked him where's Jalen Walker on y'all's board, he's a top 5 player on their board.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think we're going to get into a really interesting run here down in these next 8 to 10 picks where I think the obvious big picks are gone, and you're going to see a lot of what people are going to start deeming reaches as GMs start moving towards their guys instead of consensus guys. And I feel like that board splinters, especially in a draft that's so
Preference.
strange like the one we're in. And so we're going to get some real preferential picks that are going to piss off fans here in a little bit.
Dead on.
This is
Dead
right
on.
about the right area for it. And I would say like through the Colts pick at 14 and then like the defensive mocking to the Falcons, everything after this is just a straight crapshoot.
You're absolutely right, and I'll tell you how close you've got this. 16 Arizona, I'm telling you. Everyone's telling me I'm an idiot. Everyone's trolling me. Everyone, blah, 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 and I get it. They like Egbuka. That's a pick. That's one that, to your point of a preference, that someone's going to be like, I don't give a shit. I want him. I'm taking him. This is a meat and potatoes draft, and the kid's a football player, and I'm taking him.
Look at JC here.
Do you think they
Shedeur Sanders pick here?
I swear I'm not kidding. JC cyber bullied me dude, he straight up cyber bullied me. Like, it was hilarious. But he cyber bullied me when we took Penix. Like, he straight up cyber bullied me. Yeah, like it was hilarious, but he definitely did.
And
I think
I remember watching.
Go ahead.
I remember watching the stream last year at the Penix pick. You had to take like a 10-minute walk or something.
No, I walked. All right. All joking aside, all joking aside, hang with me. This is my lab, Doug, right here, cuddling his little sister's Minnie Mouse right here. Doug.
Emotional support.
Right. Yeah, he was definitely emotional support last year.
Doug and I walked outside last year, and I smoked the 2 fastest cigarettes you've ever seen in your life when we took Penix. So that, to your point about you can laugh. It's okay. Hey, it worked out. It worked out.
Yeah, it turned out to be one of the picks of the draft for sure.
So
they are letting
Falcons are in the last.
Less than 40 seconds left in the clock here.
You had a point. Can we circle back? What were you going to say?
So I talked about it. Clint is spot on in the fact that Arizona with Egbuka. Egbuka is the perfect Robin to someone else's Batman. He is not your starter guy, but he is the perfect Robin to Marvin Harrison Jr.'s Batman. And Cardinals fans vilified me for it and said they don't go wide receiver in back-to-back drafts. There's problems in the trenches. I get that. But if you want to truly see what you have in Kyler Murray, you give him Marvin Harrison Jr., you give him Emeka Egbuka, and you say, figure it out. If you can't, we'll find someone
Bill, who was the guy that we had on earlier? Somebody please remind me. Who was it that said, it was the Colts pick. And he said, Anthony Richardson, like, if you can't do it now, buddy, no excuses. What did Bill just say about Kyler? Like that, I like that taste was familiar to me about that kind of, you know what I'm saying? It's like,
yeah.
You've got what I'm trying to say. If this isn't Jalen Walker, I'm going to take a walk. I'll come back. If it's Mike Green, James Pierce is a dark horse here because he's a raw style fit schematically. But I don't. It's Jalen Walker, man.
I do love ESPN's coverage. How they're talking about quarterback slides with Penix.
Yeah, no, they were showing a lot of quarterbacks.
First defensive pick of this GM's tenure in the first round, if it's a defensive pick here. I think it was Pitts, London, or London Pitts. I can't remember that order. Bijan and then
Pitts, London,
Penix,
Bijan, Penix.
So let's see if he keeps going back to the offensive well. Maybe it's a guard here or something. Not that you guys need trenches really on that side. Here we go.
Go off the rails and go Amari and Hampton here.
It's Jalen Walker. If it's not Jalen Walker, I'll own it that I'm shocked.
All right, I'm hitting the button for us right here.
Owner conversation happening right now. Hondo hugging it out, hugs all around. Arizona is close to 90 ticks into.
JC said Clint walked all the way to the Falcons facility last year.
That was funny. I laughed.
Still haven't gotten another quarterback selected since first overall.
Jalen Walker. Give me Jalen Walker here, boys. Give me Jalen Walker here, boys. Give me Jalen Walker here, boys.
But I think back to Houston. Now Houston did it.
I mean, I wanted him for the Niners. I think the fact that he's just following this far is. I was swearing he would probably end up in Carolina, but.
Do we think it's because of the positional fit issue?
Remember, those guys were named captains
Maybe.
right out of the gate.
I mean,
go back to last year.
yeah, my laptop's on 5%.
Got to move on. Got to move on it. I know. Here's the latest Falcons.
Oh yeah, ESPN or NFL Network's way behind.
Pick in the 2025
Yeah, I'm not sure
NFL
why.
Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Jalen Walker.
Hey, there you go.
defensive end, Georgia.
Good pick.
All right, Clint.
Boys, I'm gonna go ahead and let you in on one. That's the steal of the night thus far.
Yeah, so even going into the night, this is somebody Clint talked about as being like his ideal pick here, but constantly saying, I don't think he falls this far. I don't think he goes this far down the board. So great value. I think a position of need for the Falcons. I think as far as marrying that, getting lucky on the board meets positional need, I think this is probably is one of the better fits of the night in that scenario.
Mm-hmm. I 100% agree with you. I think the only reason he fell this far is just positional question. Whether he was always going to need a creative defensive coordinator to get the most out of him. Do you use him at linebacker? Do you use him at edge? Do you rush him? How do you use him? My comp for him was always juiced up Patrick Queen. In the same way that Queen got used at LSU, that's how he'll need to be used in Atlanta. I think it's a great pick. He's 22nd overall on my board, so it's a little bit higher, but it's not so much high that it's a problem. I think it's a great fit.
Walker will be the face of this defense 5 years from now.
Yeah.
He'll be the face of this
Clint
defense.
and Bill, go ahead and give us your top 3 guys that you're like, these are the top 3 left on my board right now, right? Who do you guys have as like, these are the 3 best players I think left right now in the draft?
Yep. So I'll go first. So 2 of them are wide receivers. Luther Burden III from Missouri, explosive as all get out. Matthew Golden, the speedster wide receiver from Texas. And then I'd be remiss if I don't say Shedeur Sanders from Colorado, who I have as the 2nd best quarterback and 14th overall prospect on my board. Those would be my top 3.
Okay. Clint?
For me, this is simple. I'm super high on Will Johnson. I understand some of the concerns. I've got Will Johnson as a top 10 player in this class. I'd have him. I'm not confident he goes soon. After that, I would go Starks. I got Starks as the 9th player on my board. I know for a fact that Baltimore at 27 is Starks' floor. That's somebody that's going to go soon. And then lastly, my favorite player in this draft, and maybe the only guy that would have gotten me a hair more excited than Jalen Walker. I mean, I literally Jahad Campbell. I understand some of the concerns. They think he needs a little bit of coming back from that labrum. I think he's a top 10 player in this class. And, if I looked at these, the last thing I'd say, if I looked at these next 3 picks and you told me to peg them, Egbuka to 16 to the Cardinals, 17 Cincinnati will take Shamar Stewart, 18 Seattle will take Gray Zabel.
Yeah,
I agree.
That's a good. It's a good little run there. So, thanks to all 850 people that are watching right now. Over 850. This is some crazy numbers. We're very thankful. So as a reminder, stadiumrant.com, please check out our content there. Subscribe to the other Stadium Rant shows, whatever sport you like. I think we probably have content for. We've routinely got experts like Clint and Bill weighing in on a lot of these really important moments. So we're thankful for them. We're excited for a great night. Go ahead and like and subscribe on YouTube would be awesome. Check out some of our articles again on the website. And Cardinals are really sitting on this pick too. So they're still on the clock. As far as the broadcast I'm looking at is.
The only reason I don't go Egbuka here to Arizona is I would say Matthew Golden, but I just think it has to be a pass catcher for the Cardinals.
Yeah, I agree. I'm hoping Matthew Golden slides a little more, but we'll see here. I think you're on the money with it being a wide receiver.
Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with him.
I've consistently seen Cardinals pegged as a trade down candidate.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't necessarily be shocked to see them move out of this pick. If they don't, I think the Bengals and the Seahawks stick, and then I think you're looking at high 20s, starting to shift a little bit.
I said before the night kicked off, I said the quarterback run would start at 18 with Seattle, and then Tampa Bay and Denver would trade down, and you'd have probably 3 right there at 18, 19, 20. Do I think that still happens? Possibly, but I just it's got to be a pass catcher. Like, how are you going to accurately grade Kyler Murray with Marvin Harrison Jr. and everyone else?
Yeah. I mean, there's also the chance they take, Gannon's a defensive-minded head coach. I could see it. I don't think I'd love it. I could see them getting, his top prospect and then trying to make a move back up later on the board for whatever of their top 3 wide receivers falls out, that they think exists in this range.
Oh, pick is in, according to ESPN.
Yeah, on ESPN, the pick just went through.
Yeah.
Okay. The pick is in. Yeah, the pick's in over here as well. He's walking it out. Let me get this.
It's also so weird that NFL Network is so far behind.
Yeah, I've refreshed it like 3 times.
The Arizona Cardinals select Walter Nolan.
Wow.
That
is not
All right, so they go interior defense.
who I had on my board there.
You guys were talking about who are your 3 favorite players left. He honestly was my favorite player left. I think he was honest. He has potential to be like top 10 talent out of this class. I like it. I mean, Cardinals need a lot more work than receiver. They got some decent weapons to work with already. They need to just prove that Marv can be the guy that they drafted him first. Let him work a lot this season. Beef up the defense. It's a smarter move. It's not the flashy move, but it's a smart move.
I don't hate it. It's just with Walter Nolan, when he's on, he's great. This is perfect value for him. But when he's off, it is just rough, and he doesn't even look like a top 100 player. He just disappears for stretches. Couple that with, obviously, there's questions about him going to 6 schools in 7 years or something like that. And I would, if it wasn't a team like Arizona that has a young front office and a young coaching staff and that's still trying to figure out their culture, I wouldn't hate it as much, but it just doesn't feel like Arizona's going to be able to get him to lock in and maximize his potential.
So we're moving now to the Bengals pick. Everybody's been like, Shamar Stewart, Mike Green, Shamar Stewart. Oh, right here. Perfect comment. Thank you. Soda4931. Please, Cincy, Mike Green or Shamar Stewart, please. I understand how bad the defensive side of that ball is, and I wouldn't want to play or coach anywhere near it. But the truth of the matter is your franchise is tied up on offense, and Joe Burrow has consistently taken hits throughout his career. I'd love for somebody like maybe, Bahuki, what do you think about the prospect of the Bengals taking an offensive lineman here instead of addressing the defensive side of the ball?
It would make some sense here. I mean, they look like they've pretty much been all in on the offensive side of the ball. I guess this could tell us some about what they plan to do with Trey Hendrickson. I mean, he still could be traded. I'm feeling not as confident that that's going to happen. But, yeah, I think protecting Joe Burrow would probably be not a bad place to start.
Yeah, I think if they go this year, it honestly will really show that Hendrickson's probably gone.
Yeah.
It's definitely in the cards. I think that this will tell us a lot.
And then I know we've got a guest sitting out here in the queue. What's going on, Peter? Do we know what team Peter's here for?
I thought he was here for Seattle.
Seattle, who will be
You're sitting in for Seattle, Peter. Go ahead and join in while we watch these next couple picks. So, defensive line comes off the board. We're waiting to see what Cincy does here. What are your outlooks and your hopes for Seattle here coming up?
Primarily, nothing stupid. Fingers crossed. I'm terrified that we're going to try and take a quarterback here, particularly with a couple of guys falling further than expected. Personally,
our
I'm hoping
follower
the Bengals,
count is climbing right now. We're about to hit 1,000.
I'm hoping that we don't get sniped and the Bengals don't take Gray Zabel here. I'm quite glad that he's on the board. Would solve our offensive line issues to some extent. Again,
What do you like about Zabel at this spot? Just the flexibility of him being able to move across different pieces of the line where needed, especially given some of the injury concerns that these guys have, or you just like what his prospect profile, if that's okay, question asked?
Yeah, I'm a mixture of all of the above, really. I think it certainly frees up the Seahawks to, if they like a centre late in the draft, if Jared Wilson falls further than expected, it means that, obviously has the potential to play tackle if need be, Gray's able, but across certainly both guard spots and centre, he'd be able to do a job wherever.
Yeah.
So yeah, fingers crossed.
Bahuki, you were at Senior Bowl. Zabel was at Senior Bowl as well, correct? You
Yes,
guys
sir.
got to watch him a little
Yeah.
bit in person. You want to
North-
talk about that experience a little bit while we're talking about this prospect?
North Dakota State guy. I mean, just the experience being up at the Senior Bowl. Yeah, it was awesome. I mean, I went with Louis last year, and I went with Tyler this past year before that. Bill, you were up at the Senior Bowl, correct?
Yeah, I spent a day down there in Mobile. Had to fly back up early, but yeah, there was a lot of buzz about Zabel. Everybody was like, "Who is this kid? Where did he come from? How do I get hands on his tape?" I think it'd be a great fit for Seattle. I feel bad because before we came on here, I tweeted a Seahawks take that Peter, it may have caused a small crash out from him talking about how his team would start the quarterback run at 18, 19, and 20. So I'm sorry in advance if I caused that bad juju on you, Peter.
That's fine as long as it doesn't happen. Tyler Shuck would be one that might that might give me a few issues. I'd struggle to contain myself, but I'm on camera, so it's fine.
I like Tyler Shuck. I have him as QB3, and I'm higher on him than the field. And I get that. I know that there's the injury concerns, the age concerns, the decision making under pressure is worse than Will Levis's is. I get it. I just think he's NFL ready in terms of arm talent, in terms of playing in a pro style offense, and I wouldn't hate the injury issues. I wouldn't hate him in the middle part of round one, especially if you get a fifth-year option. But I just think if Seattle doesn't look at offensive line, where else do you think they go, Peter?
Well, one outside shout that I've seen appearing a bit more throughout the day is Donovan Izaraku. We've got a pretty deep and solid edge room, but we've not had a kind of 11-12 sack player off the edge in quite a while now.
Oh, brother. Louis is going to love this one.
Oh, yeah. It's in.
I already know what it is.
I'm going to go ahead and hit the button here. Also, we're at 1094 for viewers. We're about to hit 1100. Shout out to everyone on all of the collective streams here. That's some serious numbers. We're right around halfway through the draft, and there it is, Shamar Stewart, Mr. Raz himself, the Raz God.
I trade him.
This is one, like, I think it was Mason that said that earlier, a definitive example that Trey Hendrickson is gone almost at this point. Again, I just feel like this is not the roster to be making these risky moves right now. I understand the appeal of taking a guy who you think can be a game breaker, but I tend to default to the perspective of if he was a good rusher, he would have good rushing stats. And I don't think he does. He's got 4.5 sacks across his college career, 1.5 in each of his 3 seasons. He's going to be playing against better talent. He's going to be on a worse unit, probably, comparatively. So he wasn't a game breaker there. He wasn't a defensive leader where he was. I just don't think that's magically going to appear in the NFL. He's my bust of the first round. I'm glad he fell this far down. I still think it's way too high, personally, on my board.
I'm with you.
Vince is back.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I just want to say for the record, I said Shamar, and I will say that's not even me being cool. The kid, like I like to be accountable. That's not me being cool. The kid literally posted an Instagram right before the draft started, something about a tiger doesn't lose his stripes. It's like he gave us the answer. Like I'm not cool. He gave us the answer to the test.
Yeah.
So now.
I don't hate this pick for Cincinnati. I I hate it in the fact if they move off of Trey Hendrickson and he's the lead guy, I absolutely hate it. But if you tell me I have Trey Hendrickson on one side who is a solid mechanically solid pass rusher, and then on the other side I have Shamar Stewart, who's this high ceiling guy that can learn from him, I'm absolutely fine with that. Everybody compares Shamar Stewart to Miles Garrett because of the RAS and the measurements and everything. I compare him to Rashawn Gary when he came out of Michigan, and Rashawn Gary was raw then, but he eventually developed into a good player. But I think Cincinnati's roster is not set up to be able to develop that. They needed a high impact guy who could come in right away and make it so they could move off of Hendrickson. So I'm with you. I don't love it, but I get it.
I think my biggest. So, Bill, you bring up a fantastic point. Rashawn Gary and Daniil Hunter actually come up, I think, as the two biggest comps I see for him as far as like, well, look here, college production, not there. NFL, right? Really star level talent. I think the problem is you only have a handful of those examples and you're praying for an outlier. I don't think first round is where I pray for outliers. First round is where you build a good roster. Second, third round is where you maybe roll the dice on a guy who has first round upside. But here it's just like, I don't think he's going to be the best rusher in this draft. I think that would be a far-fetched outcome for him. So you're taking him at a ceiling, in my opinion, as Tyler always says. Taking a guy at his ceiling is a good way to just never have the roster that you want.
I think that's a great point, Louis, but I would just add, like, what did I say earlier as a buzzword about relative? This is pound for pound probably the cheapest team in the league, and I realize they just gave big deals to T and to Chase, but that to say, I could see their management looking at Stewart and saying, yes, our potential opportunity cost, if this kid does hit his ceiling with us at 100th percentile athleticism, we're going to steal him for the next 4 or 5 years, and that's going to help us with some other guys. I think this for them was, you know, I work in tax auditing. This was an accounting move in a lot of ways to say we think we can clear the book a little bit, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And that's a stretch. That's a little bit of a stretch, but I think that's worth noting that he was a good fit with Cincinnati in terms of someone taking a bet. They have a high floor in the fact they have the receiver one. They have one of the QB ones.
All right.
That was a good spot. I mean, he couldn't fall much further with that kind of RAS.
There we go. Pick is in.
Zabel.
That would be some form of offensive lineman.
There it is, Peter. What's the word? How you feeling?
Good. Yeah, I think there was a lot of ways that this could have gone for us, and I think I don't know, first draft night for me as well. So it's
Yeah. So you get the guy that you want. Probably good value. I think this is a really good spot for him. I saw him mocked at the top of the second, and I thought that was not a realistic pick zone. I think this is a much better spot for him. I think he's got the right blueprint to match this offensive line, and I think follow the blueprint of the Vikings. And if you can keep Sam Darnold upright, maybe you guys are a top seed in the NFC next year.
I think it's a good idea for them to be beefing up that O-line after both their division rivals. Niners took an edge, obviously not going to be facing up against him, but then we got the Cardinals going in and taking interior D-line, so kind of a good response to some rival moves.
Definitely, and it frees us up as well. As I say, going into day 2, it means that there's not that pressure to potentially have to move up for a Donovan Jackson or to take Tate Ratledge, maybe, who I don't think would necessarily be the best fit. So, yeah, it frees us up to maybe look at wide receiver, look at defensive line, and work on upgrades to other areas that need it tomorrow night as well, which is excellent.
Yeah, I think with the Gray Zabel pick too, it's one of the best offensive line strategies a team can take, and it's take the best 5 guys, put them in front of your quarterback, and figure out the fit later. We talk all the time about guards versus tackles versus guards, but sometimes you just got to take 5 really good fat guys, put them in front of your quarterback, and just figure out fit later.
Yeah. I completely agree. You want to build a mentality on the offensive line that no position is given and all positions are earned. I think that's such an important mentality to have in the trenches, where you have to be mentally tough, pushing your body to the limits every single rep against the guy across from you. Um, you do the work so your quarterback doesn't have to. And I think Gray's fits the mold of, like, I think my ideal offensive line makeup incredibly well. Peter, I think you should be thrilled with this pick, man.
Yeah, definitely. I think as well, the Seahawks have been accused of being a little bit nice on the offensive line recently. They've got guys who, they've maybe been praised coming out of college
Let
for
me
their
go ahead
footwork.
and introduce Cody here. He's been down here for a second. What's
What's
up,
up,
Cody?
guys?
Bucks are on the clock
Cody.
here. About 5 minutes left. There's
Yeah.
a lot of good players that they could go after here. I think you got to be pretty happy with how the boards turned out.
This is honestly best case scenario for Tampa. Going into draft season, I loved Jihad Campbell. I don't know how the shoulder injury is going to affect his draft stock. Personally, if I had to pick somebody, it would be Donovan Ezaraku from Boston College. 16 and a half sacks last season, high motor guy, super productive. And Tampa, I mean, we're talking about Vita Vea leads the team every year with like 6 or 7 sacks. We need to get somebody with speed on the outside, but you also have a 34-year-old Levante David, and the way that we run our system is our linebackers have to cover, and Jihad Campbell is the best coverage linebacker in the draft. So I don't know if we go Ezaraku here. I would love to see us go like Carson Schlesinger in round 2, or maybe Chris Paul from Ole Miss in like round 3. So there's a lot of options here. I'm terrified they're going to take Matthew Golden though.
You just set up. Oh, not to cut in front of you, Blake. I was just going to say that Cody's set up so many talking points any of us in this chat could take over right there. I mean, for starters, you went on Ezaraku there for a minute. I interviewed him in Mobile, and he was about the smartest, most detailed, great interview. I mean, the guy was just knocked me on my backside impressive. He's definitely – that was a great peg there. You mentioned Jihad Campbell. I mean, dude, Tampa 2 is the name, man, and he's built for that, absolutely. He was my number 1 for the Falcons personally. I don't want to see him go here. It's my favorite player in this draft. I mean, inside linebacker is obviously a top need. Shout out Levante David. Nobody respects him more than me, but you're absolutely right, man. I'd throw a dark horse name in here lastly, rounding this out so someone else can speak. Maxwell Harrison out of Kentucky, corner.
Ooh, I love him.
Dark horse. Hang with me. Dark horse. But I'm throwing. I threw the Tet name at 8. This is the second dark horse name I throw out there. I think Max Harrison, Kentucky's one. And and this is the last thing I'd say is the Falcons guy. I think Jason Licht is a top 5 GM in this league. I fear that, man. If he takes Harrison, it'll be me sitting here going saying, what does he know that I don't know?
Right.
Clint, when I came on here and I saw that you were a Falcons fan, I was like, man, me and this guy are not going to get along, because I just know that, obviously with the Falcons and the Bucks, they butt heads, but there's also a lot of similarities and needs in this offseason. So it's one of those things where, with you guys picking just ahead of us, I figured the only thing the Falcons were going to do this offseason was piss me off. And so far, everything's kind of going well. And I to be honest, I was at a coin flip on Tampa trading back here. I thought if maybe Shadur fell like he has, somebody would jump up like the Giants could jump up from round 2, and then we could jump back and get Hairston. Siobhan Revel is a small school guy. I love Siobhan Revel's tape. There's a ton of stuff, but as a Bucks fan, sometimes we pick players that aren't necessarily what everybody's thinking. Like when we drafted Vita Vea,
buddy, I was high. Like I will.
Commissioner's walking out now. I'm
the biggest Brent Martin guy that there was. There's nobody that was higher. There was nobody higher than Brent Martin than me.
I'm going ahead and hitting the button here.
line in terms of how soon their night will be over.
There it is. I'm sure you guys see it in the background of your TVs.
So let's find out together, Rich. Let's, Daniel.
You have got to be kidding me.
Well, it is a pass catcher.
Wow.
18th pick in the 2025 NFL
What did I
draft,
say about I trust
the
Jason
Tampa Bay
Light?
Buccaneers select
I trust Jason Light, man.
Emeka Egbuka,
I trust Jason
wide
Light.
receiver,
Top 5
Ohio
GM in this
State.
league. You gotta trust him. I think Egbuka's one of the highest floor players in this draft. He'll play for them for 2-3 contracts. That's a good pick, even if it wasn't what we expected.
I had the privilege of talking to Jason Light at a bar in Jacksonville like
Oh, hell yeah.
3 years ago. I went up to him, and this was right around when we had to re-sign Chris Godwin the first time. And I told him, I said, man, I don't want to be in your position. And he somehow has navigated it and done what, an unbelievable job of, like, Tampa brings players back. That's what we do. So, like, if you play well for us and you show value, we bring you back. That's why you have, like, if going old school, like the Derek Brooks, Rondé Barbers, they stay with us. So this is an interesting pick. I was not prepared for that. I need to watch a lot more wide receiver film, it looks like, on this guy. And wow. I mean, we just got Jalen McMillan last year.
Yep. Yeah. This looks like they're setting the table for Evans and Godwin to be leaving. But yeah, I think with the Godwin re-sign, it's a little bit surprising. I didn't think that they couldn't take a wide receiver here because there's some good DBs on the board still. I think some of these later teams could be looking to trade up in some of these coming picks.
I think that was an entire long-term move. I don't think that really helped
Broncos are on the
Tampa
clock.
at all
Go
this
ahead and
year.
add Gabe here. Gabe, you're here to talk about the Broncos, correct?
Yes, absolutely. Hey, Jans, how are you?
It's happening, Gabe.
And then I've got Will in here as well to talk about the Steelers immediately following. But I just wanted to cut in and introduce both of you guys. Gabe, what are your thoughts about the Broncos pick coming up here in 3 minutes?
I would say that they're either looking to trade back. You see some chatter here about the Giants trying to work their way back into the end of round one, and I wouldn't be shocked if that's a part of what happens here. I think those conversations are taking place. And if that happens, I think this might be where we see Shedeur Sanders, take a kind of a leap into that. Now, if they make the pick, if they stick and make the pick, Emeka Egbuka, who just went, would have been in that group. They would have considered, I think. But I think, me personally, Travion Henderson is where this pick would go. Otherwise, Marion Hampton is a consideration, but just in terms of the types of backs that the Broncos like to run with, they seem to be giving Audric Estime another shot. He had a little bit of a rocky rookie season, but they seem to be giving him a little bit more run. And so if that's the case, they got their big thumper, and I think Travion Henderson is the complementary back in that scenario if it goes down that way.
Good deal. Peter and Cody, why don't you guys go ahead and say like one last piece about the guys that your teams took, and then I'll go ahead and let you guys go so we can make a little bit more room here in the chat.
Yeah, I was just surprised that it was the Buccaneers who took a slightly outside the box player there, changed it up a bit with the wide receiver. I thought the Seahawks were going to go for someone that we weren't expecting, as I said, either a quarterback or potentially there was talk of even a safety like Nick Emenwori. So, Seahawks went kind of where we'd expected, I think, with Gray's Abel. And the Egbuka one, I'll pass to Cody, but I thought that was a really interesting one.
I think what that pick is our GM and our head coach and our coaching staff having a lot of faith in the guys that we already have in the system. So they are using it as a luxury pick is what I'm thinking of. It's very interesting. I think that we're going to hammer probably pass rusher and linebacker tomorrow. And I'm definitely available if anybody wants to chat about that stuff tomorrow. Also, before I hop off, I do want to say the number one trade out of the first round candidate is, in my opinion, Minnesota. I think Minnesota trades out for somebody that wants to get Shador. That's just a little.
That's a fantastic call.
Yeah,
That's a
they don't
fantastic call.
pick again. They don't pick again until round 5 after this pick.
Yeah.
So yeah. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and let you guys. I'm gonna go ahead and let you guys go. You guys have a great night.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate.
Go Bucks.
I just want to say Broncos
Fuck
are
the
taking their
Bucks.
time. I think the Bucks pick really messed up what they were going for here.
Well, and I just saw
the
from,
Broncos pick is in here. I'm
Yeah.
gonna go ahead and hit the button now, and then we can continue talking.
Go for it, Gabe. What were you saying?
Yeah, I was just going to say I saw that they were sticking and picking, and it looks to me like the pick is in.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if they took
heavy.
Hampton either here.
It was actually, this was a little bit surprising, but honestly, in the press conference, their pre-draft presser, Peyton said, both of them, hey, yeah, we're looking at running backs in the middle of this draft, but if somebody unexpected falls to us, then we're gonna swing on that, and this is exactly what happened here.
Yeah, this looks like a steal here if it's who I'm thinking it's gonna be.
Yeah, I'm still.
I mean, you've got a couple guys that we had as top receivers in this draft still sitting here.
I don't
saying
think it's
a lot
receiver.
Y'all are
It's
saying
not.
a lot of positions and things without saying names. Are we? It come. Correct me if I'm wrong. Are we thinking this is Amari and Hampton, Travian Henderson? Are we thinking this is Matthew Golden?
I personally think it's Matthew Golden.
I think they're going defense here with some of the
Yeah.
guys.
Oh,
They need some offensive weapons. They beefed up on defense. They brought in some.
I'm
good
with him. I think it's like a Jade Barron type of guy here.
Yeah,
that's what I think too.
Ooh, I like that. Yeah, I like
Yeah.
this. I like this. Some people throwing some calls.
I would
out
be. I mean, I guess I wouldn't be shook. I wouldn't get it. If
it's
they're building
a-
on the success of Bo Nix, I
Pick
go.
20 is when we're supposed to start throwing some. This is good spot to start throwing. It really is though. It really is.
Yeah.
Listen,
Yeah.
as long as the Broncos pick Shador Sanders right now, I'm going to be a happy man.
I don't think that's gonna happen here.
I don't either. But man, I wish somebody has to save me from this, or we're going to have a meltdown on the show tonight. You're going to get more than you bargained for.
But that's what this show is all about. Listen to this, like,
Right.
yeah,
Love the meltdowns.
This is a strong pick.
our
Not what I'd
background.
expected, but a strong pick.
Well, hopefully you
Here
get
it
somebody
is.
you like, Gabe. I don't want to see
Yeah.
you lose any more hair over this pick.
I can't afford it.
There it is. You see it?
Hasn't come through yet.
No.
Oh,
I've seen it on Twitter, but I'll wait till it pops here.
called it.
Survey says
Oh,
everybody's like, oh,
The chat popped it up.
Yeah.
come on, kid, just say the name. No, I'm kidding. It's his glory. It's his moment of glory. Let him have
This
it.
is it.
Right. This
Wait.
is his make a wish. We gotta
Also,
let him have
he's-
this one.
Also, he's singing the national anthem tomorrow,
yeah,
which
that's
might be an
pretty cool.
improvement over this year.
There
So,
it
there you
is.
go. Very
Yep.
nice.
No, it's a good pick. Honestly, he's not somebody that I would have expected. I think most of us in Broncos country were kind of looking at this pick as offensive weapons to surround Bo Nix. However, what I will say is the weapons that they need, this is an oddly deep class in those weapons. And so I've been saying from the beginning, this draft, Sean Payton and George Payton cannot mess this draft up. Honestly, at 120, it's best player available. They're not a deep enough roster, a talented enough roster to avoid taking blue chip players when they fall. I'm in the process of going through and building a kind of an all rookie, all character team. And this guy is on the list. So, take a little bit of time and go watch his combine presser. and you can't help but walk away very, very impressed. And so he fits the mold of what they're looking for. He's going to add a lot of value. A lot of people in Broncos country are going to absolutely melt down as soon as we get off of this because he's not a running back, because he's not a wide receiver. But I can say Cortland Sutton is sleeping a little better tonight, because if it had been a wide receiver, he might have a new address at the end of this. He's up for a contract, and they're not going to pay a guy a whole bunch of money when they've got a guy guaranteed for the next 5, cost controlled for the next 5 years.
Indeed. No, I think that's a solid
I
pick.
think that's a steal right there. I think that's incredible value to get it picked 20.
And Gabe, do you think he plays nickel for them?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he does.
Great nickel player.
Yeah, I think Riley Moss, actually, he fared pretty well on the boundary last year with the injury. Injury took him about 3 games to get back to where he was full speed, but once he got back, he did really well. Of course, we know Pat Surtain is locked in there. But, yeah, corner, if you take a look at the next 2 years of what Broncos' needs are, back in particular, nickel, that they absolutely needed. So, I wouldn't be shocked to see the Broncos go a couple more times defense in this draft. Probably trade back once and grab an extra pick, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them grab at least one defensive lineman. Also, wouldn't be surprised to see safety at some point, as even though they've invested in that recently. There's some health concerns with some of those guys, and we're going to lose a couple within the next 2 years here. So.
All right, sorry to change the subject a little, but the Steelers pick is in. And
it's not a trade. It's not a trade down, which would have been the preferred strategy.
So you're out on Shador. What do you think about the other side of the ball?
Well, I also think it very well could be Jalen Milroe. I think they like Milroe more than Shador. Honestly, they have the whole process. So I just don't. I mean, maybe they're going to go. I want to see a 300-pound player. That's the goal. They
defensive interior.
They have defensive interior problems. They still don't have an offensive line. They don't really have anybody that's proven they can play left tackle in the league. And
Kamish is walking in now.
Oh God. Okay. Well, here we go.
If Shador's not picked here, does he fall out of the first?
Yeah.
Unless someone trades back, I'm going to hit this button.
Trade back in. My guess.
Will, I'll ask this too. How do you feel about defensive side of the ball, edge, defensive tackle?
No, I'm just saying defensive tackle is what that's what this pick should be. But I can't speak for them, but they have an all-pro, but he's 37 years old. They have a fairly good player in Benton, but they're the third one.
Wow.
They really don't have any depth behind that. And I just hate missing out on the 2026 quarterback class. If they go quarterback here, that takes them out of that. And I think we all believe that class is going to be at least 3 or 4 deep with quality players. So,
yeah.
But we're about to find out my fate.
You got your pick?
There we go. Okay, great. Well, they basically got a Cam Hayward clone to play opposite Cam Hayward and eventually take over that job. Good for them to not fall into the trap of panic taking a quarterback. So I applaud the influence of Andy Weidel, who's come over from Philadelphia. He's a Pittsburgh cat, but worked in the Philly front office. And I feel like you can definitely see his influence on a pick like this. This is, way better than what some of the other options could be. He's not necessarily the highest ceiling defensive tackle in this draft, but he might be the highest floor defensive tackle in this draft. So from that standpoint, a very Steelers pick.
Well, all right. Yeah, we love all that. You both, Gabe and Will, why don't you guys go ahead and just give your final thoughts on the guys that you are now part of your teams, respectively.
Yeah, I'll just say, Jahdae Barron he was unexpected to me in terms of actually still being there. So, he's one of the guys that I would say is a pretty clean prospect in the draft. Not a lot of question marks about, high effort. I couldn't really be happier. As I said, I don't see how the Broncos could mess this draft up, and they just proved it. So, I as soon as I saw this name of the player that Will ended up getting there, I knew he was going to love it. Pass the mic to you, Will, on Derek Harmon.
Yeah, just lastly, Jahdae Barron, one of my favorite players last year when I thought he was going to come out. He would have been my sneaky, mid-round pick for slot corner. So good for him going back to school, improving his stock, and I love that for the Broncos. Derek Harmon's young, so he's not Darius Alexander is another player that I really like, but Darius Alexander is like 3 years older than Derek Harmon. Harmon is very polished. If you saw his drills at the combine, he looks like a professional defensive tackle practicing rather than a college player that's going to need time. So I feel like he'll very quickly get inserted into the rotation, and I feel like that's a great thing. They really didn't have any success, beyond their first two guys in the rotation. The last year in defensive line, Ogunjobi is gone now. But the thing about Harmon, I worry about, if I want to talk about the downside or the question mark, the Steelers gave up 300 yards on the ground to Baltimore in their last game, the most recent game that they played. Harmon isn't necessarily like the kind of space-eating, two-gapping defender against the run. He's more of a penetrator that can get you some pass pressures and will be very good in nickel pass rushing. But the question is, is this the only defensive tackle the Steelers are going to take in this draft? I doubt it seriously, because I think they're going to want to get some beef also.
Well, good deal. It was a pleasure, you guys. I'm going to go ahead and clear you out of here and bring our next
Anytime.
guest in.
I'll see you tomorrow night.
I would circle back real quick about the last two picks. As far as Denver, I think that might be a little bit of a statement about maybe their guy or two was gone. I think there was a lot of interest in Loveland. I think there was a lot of interest in Ginty. So you take a high floor player you're excited about Barron. And then lastly, right there, somebody remind me. I'm losing my train of thought on who was the last pick.
Derek Harmon.
Derek Harmon. I mean, dude, how Steelers was that? And I mean, I wouldn't add a ton to that, but I won't lie. I was thinking that was Shadur.
Yeah. This QB class is, I mean, they're falling. We're really running out of options here unless someone trades in. I mean, do you guys see any?
Mason.
Yeah,
It's coming. It's coming.
I mean, Giants make sense trading in, but who are they going to take? I mean, Dart or Shador, one of them's fallen to the second for sure.
Dart, Milrow, 24 is the pivot point for this class. Minnesota has 4 draft picks. They've got to take some offer from someone, whether it's the Giants, whether it's Cleveland,
And I mean,
whether it's
correct
someone
me if
else.
I'm wrong, but Minnesota's needs are what, inside back or anything in the secondary. It's like, yeah, could I see him geeking out over Malachi Starks, and would I fault him? No. Could I see him getting excited about a Trey Amos or somebody along those lines? Yeah. I could get all that. I get both of that, as far as a DB that excites them, but you're right. If somebody's going to do it at this point, then. But I think there's been a lot of kind of rumor and innuendo about Washington at 29 as well. And so there's a couple hot spots. It's going to happen at least one. Like Mason's point, I'll be wrong on this. I think one more quarterback's going tonight.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think it was always a 2. At some point, there was a second one. Ward at 1, and then Shador somewhere. I think, I even said it 4 or 5 could potentially go just because the league values quarterbacks, but I think we're seeing an inverse. I mean, so far through 21 picks, we've had 13 in the trenches, offensive and defensive, give or take. So this is the year that completely flips what we know about the draft on its ear. I think we're going to see teams here say, like the Giants and the Browns, they're going to say, we're going to be willing to trade up, but we're not going to give you the farm. We're not going to pay that imposed quarterback tax, per se, that you would typically put on a trading up for a position like that. I just don't see it happening. But I think 24 is where we go.
And pardon me to our guests here. I think a couple people stepped out for a break right here about the time you came on here. I'm assuming you're speaking here on the Chargers.
No, the Vikings.
Well, since we're talking about your Vikings,
all right, cool.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Yeah, since we're talking about Minnesota, do you
I was
think
going
they
to say
stick and
we
pick?
had that little transition. What do you mean? I had that on purpose. Yeah.
I hope they stay here. First of all, it's 4:30 a.m. here, so I'm kind of hoping to see this pick. And Clint already said it, so they do have 4 picks, but they are pretty set at every position except maybe free safety. So yeah, I kind of look at that, and I think they take the best available. But since I think only one DB went off the board, right? And it is right now for the Broncos.
Yeah.
So they
Will Johnson's still out there.
Yeah, Will Johnson's still out there. Nick Emenwari, Malachi Starks. I mean,
they
there's
can
a
do
host
everything.
of them.
They can do everything because I still believe they can bring back Gilmore or Shai Griffin or maybe both. And yeah, Flores. I think the Flores will take a safety here. Will urge for the safety, and then it's not okay. We have Harrison Smith this year.
Chargers also have 10 seconds on the clock.
Yeah. So I'll ask you also this: how do you feel about Jahad Campbell in Minnesota? I know it's probably not the biggest need at linebacker, but it just seems like he'd be a good fit in the middle of your defense.
I kind of love pace. I love pace, and I like Cashman. But yeah, I mean, it's not the end of the world if they don't take a DB.
Okay.
I'm fine with best player available, whatever they think it is. I think there was a bit problems when Pace went out a few games late last year. So you kind of felt his absence. So yeah, Alabama linebacker, yeah, I'm all for it.
Okay. Okay. Chargers took the entirety of the 10-minute clock here. I think they're in panic mode because they didn't expect Amarian Hampton to make it here. Am I right?
Well, I think also, like, I was forecasting them to be mostly interested in Kenneth Grant and then Derek Harmon as far as just a real wide ass on that interior. But you could see them doing that second round now with the value. I mean, Harbaugh is not going to do something crazy like that. I mean, that's a great mention by you. This one's everyone that I would have lined up for them now is gone.
Yeah.
This is interesting.
There's Johnson from Michigan.
I can also say that I'm completely devastated at how this board is falling right now for the Texans. Yeah. Like, I could not hate an outcome of this draft more than what I'm seeing unfold before me.
Yeah, we talked about it. This is a trench-heavy draft. So if your team is picking in that back half of the first round and you're needing an offensive lineman or a defensive tackle or
the tackles all went faster than I was expecting. But I also wasn't expecting Will Johnson or Matthew Golden to still be on the board. So there's some stuff. But
you say that about the tackles going. It's like, man, Josh Simmons is still there for the taking. It's not even over.
Pick is in, boys.
My draft's taking my stream's taking a shit on me over here.
Yeah. So pick is in. I can announce it from ESPN.
Yeah, go ahead.
So Chargers select Omarion Hampton, running back, North Carolina.
Him and Harbaugh is very nice.
I'll throw you a name. My comp for him this entire process has been Ryan Matthews.
I've got one for you too.
Yeah, you like that, didn't you? You like that.
Hey, Ryan Matthews is a hometown boy for me, so I really like that.
Yeah, hell yeah.
So mine was always Joseph Adai. The same thing that Joseph Adai did for those Colts teams.
Yeah, no, he was really on a couple really good Peyton Manning teams. He was fast. I remember he was really good in Madden.
There's a really easy transition here, and tell me if I'm not supposed to go here yet. But let's go ahead and do the obvious, round one. Do the Packers finally take a receiver in round one? For the first time since 2002, dude, Golden's here for the taking, boys.
Yeah, I mean, I think whoever gets him is getting him a steal at this point.
I mean, I know they've got a corner need, and I know like Spawn Revel's sitting here, Will Johnson, maybe take a bet there. Maxwell Harrison's still there. That's kind of their style of player. I mean, if you could even,
you even want to go bigger edge like Nick Scorton too. That kind of fits what they look for. I'm with you. I threw it out over Mrs. Are Relevant with the draft professors, and I kept teasing Newt and Brian about this. that this was finally going to be a year they break the wide receiver streak when the draft is
it's
held in Green Bay.
Right now, man. Trot Golden across that stage right now.
Right. Like,
Trot
just trot him
Gold- you wanna
across the
talk about
stage and
legit?
trade his rights later.
I'm really
just
not
for-
liking what we're talking about here, guys. Not a fan.
Hey, I'm gonna throw a name at you, Louie, because I'm a couple dark. This is my third dark horse throw tonight. I've hit one, missed one. I think the Texans are taking my boy Donovan Jackson, guard out of Ohio State.
I 100% could see the Donovan Jackson pick. I just
Tyler
feel like
Booker as the
is he there
13th.
at the top of the second?
I had Tyler Booker as the 13th player on my board, got clowned. He went 12th. I had Donovan Jackson, the 14th player on my board. 25th, I understand that's a little bit of a discount on me, but still, I'm willing to take that L there.
So,
addition. You know what the other funny thing would be is the draft being held in Green Bay, and then the Packers trade out of round 1 and don't even make a pick at all.
League probably wouldn't even let them.
Yeah, league would be like, no, sorry, we have to reject this. We don't care that you're getting 3 first-rounders. You got to be rejected.
So my thought with the Hampton pick, how do we see Najee really working into the Chargers offense now?
Wow, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, that's a heck. That's a heck.
I didn't think about that. It's only a 1-year deal though for Najee, so it's not like it's a end all.
Yeah, this is a first round pick. I mean, it's probably
Najee got the Kirk Cousins effect tonight.
Oh, the Kirk Cousins effect.
Is that you just coping still?
Hey, I get all that. No, I get all that.
Oh, now we got the coming up on hour 3. The banter is going.
Yeah,
I get all that, but I also do have a young franchise quarterback to look forward to. And
I mean, young, I don't know about that, but
he's 24 years old, man.
They call us Unk these days.
And I also have one of the top 3 picks of the night tonight, so I'm going to ride that high into tomorrow.
Yeah. I mean, at least you're not staring down the barrel of a 40-year-old quarterback or Kenny freaking Pickett, all right? You can have it worse.
That was so cute when Kenny Pickett did his announcement. It was like, yeah, they told me I'm going to be able to compete for the starting job, and it was just like you could have inserted the meme of Dion putting his hand on Travis Hunter and just been like, honey, that's not going to happen.
What they didn't tell him was he was competing for the starting job, but it was the concession worker starting job.
I'm going to say to carry the Gatorade, but
yeah.
But
Dude,
look at that crowd.
This is totally going to be the year that the
Golden
Packers decide to go wide receiver. Those sons of bitches.
They're going to hurt us and take an edge.
I really want him to slide to Buffalo, but that's just not going to happen. But yeah, because he's the player profile that I would really love for Buffalo to have. That
he's not going to make it that far.
They know they have to move up, but it's getting to the point where I think they should be.
I really like how you mentioned that. Actually, you said move up. I don't even want to talk about teams coming back into the first round. I mean teams that are still have yet to pick. You mentioned Buffalo. It's like Howie Roseman's picking up the phone tonight or tomorrow.
Yeah,
they're not using all those.
Maybe
picks.
24 at Minnesota. We have their second round pick too.
Yeah.
Maybe that could be. That's probably a little rich for my blood. But or maybe you bundle that and a 4th to get back a 3rd.
Look, you're a mudblood. It's not rich for everybody.
No. And I mean, Cleveland's still sitting here with 33, 36. The extra first in 2026.
Yeah, I want to see some teams being aggressive here. I mean, if he falls to Minnesota here, I think Minnesota. We were talking about it earlier. Minnesota's a prime candidate to try to pick up some extra picks.
All this crowd is why I'm showing this for this right here. All this crowd is here to watch them take a big bodied edge and just ruin all of it.
As a rock do.
So I'll go outside the box here. I'm gonna go outside the box. I'm gonna say Philly trades up to here and does what Philly does and takes Malachi Starks.
Well, pick
Yeah,
is in.
I mean that seems like a very classic Howie move.
I've said that they're gonna
Yeah,
gonna move.
Clint has been on the record saying he expects them to move up. I kind of think so too. After Josh Sweat left, I think that there's going to be some guys here that they
I'm
can,
saying golden. Let it be golden. This is too lit. This is the
Yeah.
moment of the night. This is the moment of the
I
night.
have a feeling, yeah.
Golden Bird. Gotta be a wide receiver. You can't let it not be.
Well, hey, this is a classic case of if it doesn't happen now, you can accept that it is never going to happen.
Roger Goodell right now is trying to erase the ink on the card and write in some random wide receiver because he wants it to happen for the clicks. Like if it doesn't,
Don't do it to me, Green Bay.
I
This
can't
is-
wait for just to show the Green Bay crowd and see them all just completely distraught for whatever
that place is gonna burn to the ground if it's a wide receiver. Like they just need to. Like you look, it's packed. Like they even posted before it started that they'd reached capacity and they couldn't let anybody else in, like physically let anyone else in for fire code reasons. Like if they take Golden here, that place is just gonna.
I already know it's going to be like I know it. I like it just has to be.
Yeah. Oh. They're bringing out someone on the stage with him. Oh yeah.
Shador Sanders.
You want to talk about blowing up the internet? That'll do it.
Hey man, they did it with J Love. So
Oh, it's Mark Murphy. Oh yeah. It's wide receiver. It has to be.
It's totally what I didn't want it to be.
You are milking it for all it's worth.
It's golden, guys.
It's gotta be.
Devastated.
I made the take as a joke, and it somehow got all the way to Lambeau Field, and somebody got wind of it.
wow. Okay, Packers.
I really need this to not be golden. Please. I'm begging
boy.
you.
Pick is in. Who's it gonna be?
Really taking the time on this one here. But...
Owners. Am I a bad person because I'm kind of pulling for them to drop like Nick Scourton or something? Like,
No, you're not. I would. That place would just fall apart if it wasn't. Like with how much they're building this up, it has to be a wide receiver. Like even if
it's
they didn't make
golden.
it,
Cam's
it has
got
to
Famous
be.
last words. Famous last words. Will Johnson.
All right.
I mean, they do have a need at corner, and I don't think that's an exaggeration.
No.
And like Clint's been saying, Will Johnson's sitting there, so why not move from one injury-prone outside boundary corner to another? I don't think Will
There it
Johnson's
is.
injury-prone.
Yep, there it is. They finally got a receiver in the first.
23 years later, at pick 23, Wallace in Green Bay, it writes itself. Somebody gave us the script. That's what happened.
Do they need him though? I thought they're pretty set at the receiver.
I mean, there's no X factor necessarily receiver there, and that's why I think they're looking for in Golden is a guy that can really take that step up. I mean, they got a lot of solid range of guys, but they do really need that X factor receiver.
Yeah, no, they're not set. They don't have that
So,
star guy.
Brad, you're here to talk Packers, right?
I am.
Tell me how you're feeling right now, brother.
I'm feeling pretty happy. Like, I'm going to be honest with you guys. It's been a long time since they took a receiver or any playmaker in the first round. It's been a long damn time. Long time coming. Matthew Golden, of course, Houston and Texas. A solid outside receiver with a lot of speed. I think he had the second fastest 40 time at the NFL Combine at a 4.29.
Oh, they had the jersey ready for him. Wow.
Yeah, man. Like, and the crowd. I mean, this is at Lambeau. I mean, just you couldn't have it any better. To be honest with you, I mean, I kind of was hoping, and I'll probably butcher his name, but Ibike or whatever his name is from Ohio. Emeka Ibuka. Okay, I was kind of hoping that he might still be available. That's who I was kind of hoping for. But of course, he got picked about 3 picks before this. And if I had to pick the second, somebody that would still be there, Matthew Golden was a great one.
It's funny you said, best case scenario for him and y'all with this pick. It couldn't be any better. Imagine being the kid that has to follow this up and walk out to the rival Vikings right after Golden being the pick. Like, if I'm Minnesota, how do you not call Malachi Starks here?
Man, I don't know. Will Johnson's pretty damn tough.
Nice
too.
mention.
Yeah.
Savon Revel.
You call
Max
trench
Harrison,
player and call
that
Donovan
corner
Jackson
group, that's a nice
instead.
mention. There's not a corner off the board other than Barrett.
Yeah. I mean,
Right.
I'm going to go back to our talking point about I think Minnesota trades down.
The pick
have a
is
hard
in.
time seeing
Picks
them.
in, dog.
Picks in.
For Minnesota?
Yep.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
gonna
that is
pick in here
surprising.
is-
This was, I mean, I could maybe see Houston trading out after all the wide receivers are kind of gone, but I don't know. It's a hard path now.
The pick is in for Minnesota. We have a Minnesota correspondent in here already, and then I'm going to go ahead and add Joe, who is here to talk the Texans immediately following. But
all right, it's going to be a tough road to follow now.
yeah. So how are we feeling with the Vikings on the board, brother?
Yeah, I just saw the pick, and I did not see this coming.
Oh,
I did not see this coming. I like it though.
that makes me nervous. If this pick right here is Donovan Jackson, I will have to log off for a few minutes.
I feel like it is though.
For the Texans?
No, for the Vikings.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, the Texans are taking Donovan Jackson, man. I said that.
No, if the Vikings snag him right here, I will not be well. I'm scared to be too dramatic because JC's always watching, but
the only reason I say that, I mentioned it earlier, we've had like 14 or 15 trench players selected so far tonight. It's been a trench heavy draft, and I think teams are starting to not quite reach for them, but hey, if it's good enough for them to take a trench guy, it's good enough for me to take a trench guy. And I think that's where that has to be who it is. Like, unless someone trades up, which they're not going to.
The Packers look like they're still celebrating to me, so
can't be all bad, right?
I mean, it is in Titletown, so I mean, they're celebrating this one. They're having fun with Matthew Golden.
Oh boy, we've got trade news on the horizon, boys.
Oh,
I'm gonna take a random guess here and say that the Vikings take who they were eyeing and the Texans trade back because this board looks horrendous for us right now.
Well.
That's what I'm gonna guess. So, I mean, Donovan Jackson's like the only good player left I can think of, and he's going to the Vikings, and that makes me sick.
You may want to go ahead and log off now, buddy.
Do we have some trade news? Is anyone seeing that?
Damn, I
Yep.
thought I was slick when I said a dark horse for the Texans with Donovan Jackson. So can I take a victory lap here? I'm just going to say this.
Yeah,
I got
Clint,
trolled.
tell it to go ahead. Take your lap.
I got trolled really hard this process for having Tyler Booker as my 13 overall player and having – wait, we got to trade. We got to trade your boys.
Oh, the Giants.
The Texans. I called it.
This is Jackson Dart. This is Jackson
Oh,
Dart.
okay. Here we
So
go.
I got
This is
the
Jackson
value
Dart.
for it.
Yeah, New York's moving up. New York's moving up for Jackson Dart.
Fuck my victory lap on Donovan Jackson, Tyler Booker being top 15 players. No one cares. This is Jackson Dart. Look at Joe Shin's out. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm triggered. The thing that has triggered me the most tonight is Joe Shin's outfit. He should be smacked across the face by his wife, whoever dresses their staff, himself looking in a mirror, and anyone in the. Are you serious? Did he lose
Go
a
ahead.
bet?
So
Give us
here's
the trade details, Bill.
So Texans send pick 25 to the Giants for pick 34, pick 99, and a third rounder in 2026.
All right, you guys ready for
Wow.
this question here? Hold up.
I love how 1,186 people just watched.
Okay, are y'all for sure this is Jackson Dart? You don't think there's any chance this is Shador?
It's Dart.
No,
It's
everything
Jalen
I saw
Milroe.
that the
Oh,
Giants
it's
preferred Dart
Jalen
over Sanders.
Milroe.
Well, I mean, I had
It's
heard
Dart.
that. Yes. I'm just throwing it out there. Maybe they traded up for him too, but I think it probably is Dart.
Yeah,
No, looking at these
Dart.
reactions, yeah, Dart's mom is hugging him right now. It looks like he's ready.
Yeah.
He's on his way to New York.
I mean, I just
Joe
wanted to throw it out there. We are
Joe and
doing
Louie,
the
how do you guys
show.
feel about the trade out of the pick there?
I mean, so one, I just don't know why we accumulated all this extra capital from the Laramie Tunsil trade if you weren't going to move up to make sure your guy doesn't go. I like the trade back the way the board fell because I don't like any of these guys for our team here. Like safeties being the best value on the board or edge, like it's just not what this team needs. The problem becomes like you haven't addressed your issue, and now we're going to go into day 2 to try and add depth starters to the defensive line when we should have addressed it in round 1. It gets a little dicey here. Like, I think they're just going to be relying a lot on the defensive unit this year.
I will say this defensively, I still like James Pierce, defensive end.
Yeah, Joe, what were you about to say?
Well, I was about to say that Nick Caserio has been a mastermind with the Texans, and the way he maneuvers draft picks, the way he looks at the draft, the way he sees what's on the board, the way he views the makeup of the team. I mean, I agree with Louie that, they need to address that offensive line right now, because Laramie Tunsil turned into Phil Pozderac a lot with his false starts and his bad attitude as well with the team. And with the new with Nick Carey coming in from the Rams, they're taking on a new look on the offense. And the key thing that I know that the Texans have wanted to do this offseason is make sure that CJ Stroud has that protection back there, that he's not running around and getting, waylaid as much as he was last year. So I'm interested to see what Nick does with the picks, with the move, and how that looks when he's looking to construct a better offensive line to protect CJ.
Yep. Yeah, for sure. I guess we're going to find out about that pretty quick here. So I'm going to go ahead and clear out some of our last few picks. Joe, Brad, Leisha, is that how you say it? Leisha. Okay. We appreciate having you guys on. And I'm going to clear you guys out, and I'm going to bring my buddy Bill in here, and he's going to get ready for the Rams, who are on right after the Giants. But appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
Take somebody
Care.
bring
Bye-bye.
a therapist onto this stream.
Right.
So
All right.
help me.
Yeah.
As we're getting into this Giants pick, if whatever quarterback's taken here,
This is Bill. Bill's here to talk about the Rams in a second, but go ahead and continue, guys.
Why
I
is
mean-
it there? Okay, so Is the pick actually in for the Giants real quick?
It
It's
pick is
dark.
in. Yeah, we're just at a commercial break, so
Okay.
Yeah, we're
Okay.
pretty confident this is Jackson Dart here.
yeah.
Oh,
I would be genuinely surprised if it was Sanders. I mean,
Shut
Bill
up,
just looked
Bill.
very.
Don't do
Yeah.
that. Don't do that. Oh, and then grab your phone thing after I've said it's dark 17 times.
No. You're gonna enjoy this.
Okay.
Jalen Milrow.
Falcons
Are
are
we
coming
getting
back
Jalen
into
Milrow?
round one.
Who is?
The
It's
Atlanta
Jahad
Falcons.
Campbell. It's Jahad Campbell or Starks. It's Jahad Campbell or Starks. I'm going outside. I'm going outside. I'm going outside. I'm going outside.
You
I'm
don't
going
want to
outside.
You don't want to wake up the kids. Gotta hop
No,
outside for this.
I'm actually going outside. My lab is walking me outside. Because let me give some concept to this. I'm assuming this is a trade with the Rams. The Rams were interested in
You
coming
are
up
correct.
for Loveland, but then they made it clear that they were trying to trade out. Obviously, the familiarity. Les Snead and Sean McVay think Raheem Morris is the greatest thing since sliced bread, as he does them with the past working relationship. This makes too much sense. If it's Jahad Campbell, he's my favorite player in this draft. He's been my favorite player in this draft. He's my number 9 player overall in this draft. That it won't be him, obviously, now that I'm reminding myself of taking Jalen Walker. If it's Starks and they go double dogs here and they take 2 of my top 12 players, that's going to be hard to comprehend. Do it, man.
That'd be a Howie Roseman move for you, JC,
Mm-hmm.
in the comments as always.
Because I will, and I'll say this too. What did I say earlier about the Ravens want Starks? That'd be perfect timing for the Falcons to say, if we want him, we got to go get him.
You got to go ahead to Baltimore. You're right. No, you're absolutely right about that, brother. But well, Bill, we brought you on, and it's going to be a quick one, I guess.
Another year where the Rams do not have a first rounder.
How do you feel about acquiring more capital? Well, I guess we'll find out with the terms in a second.
I'm okay with it just because Les Snead has proved over and over again that he makes the right decisions. Him and McVay together, like Jared Verse was obviously Defensive Rookie of the Year last year, but I mean, we got Puka Nacua.
The pick just came in for the Giants.
Yep. We'll go ahead and run a bit 1 second here. And I'll go ahead and play this one as well.
But we got Jackson Dart going to the New York Giants. I mean, we
Before
were all
Shadur
predicting
Sanders,
it,
which I would have called crazy 2 weeks ago, but the closer we've gotten to this draft, the weirder this draft has been.
Yeah, I mean, second QB going off the board this late. A little surprising. There were some spots earlier, but I mean, Shador just. I don't know what happened. Did he just fail interviews? Like, what made him drop this far?
There were very few teams that wanted. He controlled the interview process at the combine, and he purposely interviewed with bad teams when it comes to Shadur. When those teams chose not to pick him, in those teams being Cleveland and New Orleans, his stock is plummeting. And at this point, 29 to Washington, that's going to be the final pivot point. If someone doesn't trade up to 29 to get him, he's going to be there at 33 for Cleveland tomorrow.
Yeah, no, I mean, if Cleveland can really get him, second round, Sanders, it's worth the price, honestly. There.
Yeah, honestly, I imagine they would try and flip with somebody right there into the bottom of the first if that's what they want. You get the first year option, why not?
I do have the trade compensation for Rams Falcons.
Yeah, let's hear about that.
So Falcons send 46, 242, and a first rounder in 2026 for picks 26 and 101.
Nice. I'm down for that. Nice.
So they didn't say that again. They're getting back what?
101 is like pick third. That's like a third round pick.
Yeah. So
101 is the next to last pick of the third round.
Yep.
So we're getting an additional second.
Additional second, 242, which is a seventh rounder, and then the first rounder in 2026.
Piss on 242. This is Starks, boys. This is Starks, boys, and I'm going to tell you, if this is Starks, the Falcons not only took 2 of my top 12 players, but they took 2 of their top 10 players.
So they got some dogs.
And anyone that
Right
says
out of
they
the
don't draft
backyard.
dogs, hey, and clip this for next year. And anyone that says they don't take dogs, if this is Starks, shut the hell up.
So then it's Nick Emenwari, then, is what you're telling me.
That's going to be a nice slap in the face. You're absolutely right.
Yeah. They
That's what
saw
I said
you
about the
just get on the soapbox for Starks and said, "Great, Nick
Nah,
Emenwari."
they won't take you. It would be Starks.
Well, yeah, this is a statement move here by the Falcons for sure. They're saying that they really think that they can go
Hey,
out.
you
and
want to know
contend-
why it's a statement move? Because Terry Fontenot knows if he doesn't make moves, he's going to be packing the U-Haul.
So I guess we'll see who this is, but I mean these are major moves here.
I
Clint.
want Starks.
How you feeling about your chances against the Bucks in this NFC South this year?
Until we do it, we haven't done it. It's been too long.
Yep. Yeah. No. I think the Bucks are honestly a sleeper team in the entire NFC. They've been there 4 years in a row, and they go ahead and they add another weapon for Baker there with Emeka Egbuka. Here we go.
Here we go. Oh. How disappointed are you if it's not Starks, Clint? Is it all-time crash out level if it's not Starks?
All-time crash out level is if Sanders goes here.
It could be Connerly. It could be Connerly. So I'll live. We'll see.
Pick is in. I see it.
James Pierce. Okay, I can work with that. Honestly, I can work with that. I'm actually that's lit. I'm not upset about that. I knew that they were going to be high on Pierce. I would have figured that might have been Starks there, but Pierce was somebody I was thinking at 15. I'll say as far as raw schematically, I've been saying for months that he's probably the best fit for him as far as the edge group. And I will say there was strong buzz as far as some of those guys that, and whether it's valid or not, character concerns, attitude, something. Falcons were heavily rumored to have saying that they were trying to take a bet. And I think that's one of those they're saying we're going to take a bet. I mean, look, man, I'm walking out of night one, and Terry Fontenot's looking at me, telling me he got Jalen Walker and James Pierce Jr., and that 7th rounder I legitimately could not care less about. And we switched a second for a third, and then essentially we had to trade our first next year for us to walk out with 2 guys.
I think Bill, you got to be pretty happy with that compensation. You got a second day 3 pick. I guess is kind of whatever. Who knows? Maybe not. But and then an extra first next year. It's been a while since the Rams had 2 firsts.
Yeah, and we could possibly move up then, depending on how Stafford plays out this year.
Mm-hmm.
Especially because I think the quarterbacks are stronger next year than they are this year.
Yeah, and you're already in competitive position to try and make a move to go get one if you have to. So yeah, you can't be too upset about that.
Yeah, and the top 2 tight ends were already gone. That would be the only thing I really think we need to fill our offense just to make it elite. Defense, we can always use another linebacker. I mean, Omar Spates filled in pretty nicely as an undrafted free agent. But, yeah, I'm happy with everything.
Well,
Yeah, no, I do think as a Niner fan, I hate to say it, but good trade.
Well, I have to hop back, but thank you guys for having me on. I really appreciate it.
Thanks,
And you
man.
guys have a great rest of your draft night.
You too, brother. Have a good night.
Thanks, brother.
Okay, guys, we're nearing the end here. We're over 3 hours live. There's almost 1,200 people watching right now, which is absolutely insane. Thank you all for joining us. We got a couple more picks to get through here, and then everybody can go to bed. I won't be falling asleep due to my existential dread for the next several hours, but I'll get over it. Big shout out to Stadium Rant. Thank you so much for sponsoring this stream. Big shout out to Clint and Bill for being here as part of our expert panel, for Mason for joining us tonight as well, man. You guys have all been great. So, JC's been talking some smack, so time to talk some smack back. Do we really think there's a big steal on the board here for the Eagles that slots in this late in the draft?
Will Johnson's just going to fall to them. That's just.
I would have said it was James Pierce, but the Falcons just traded for for him because they thought the same thing I just said.
Malachi Starks for Philly.
God, no,
Yeah.
he's a Raven, brother. He's a Raven. I've never been more certain of something in my life. I've never.
You sure they're not going to take the Ravens? Wouldn't take him in Worry?
Ravens of Starks. I feel passionate about this.
I feel like you kind of already have your athletic, rangy freak in Kyle Hamilton, and you want your tone setter in Malachi Starks. I love Clint's analysis on this one. I love Clint's analysis like 98% of the time, but this is another one that I just feel like a nasty combination that no running back, no slot receiver's really gonna want to mess with these guys.
See, I've also been saying for a while, I don't think the Ravens go safety either. I think they go Donovan Ezraku here. You get another edge rusher, athletic guy to pair with Owe on the side, and you obviously now have to go after, offensively from the AFC North.
If the top safety, though, like safety being a need falls, that wouldn't be appealing to you, considering Ezraku's a lot of people's almost double-digit edge rusher.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's the question you have to ask yourself is how much do you want to spend on a safety with Kyle Hamilton back there? I could see it both ways. I really could. And for me,
I have to
go ahead.
I have to read you guys this tweet just because I enjoyed it. I think Blake's gonna like this one. Today, Shedeur Sanders tweeted, "I'm built for whatever today may bring." He was just quote tweeted. It's going viral. It says, "Are you also built for tomorrow?" So as he slides into day 2.
Yeah.
I just want to comment on Shedeur. Did you guys see the room he built for himself? Like his draft room? It had it was a whole couch. It had a bunch of pillows and the walls had legendary on it. That's just,
I think part of this, at some point, it just becomes the brand, right? Like you're protecting the brand that you built with your family, and he's carrying that into the draft for better or worse. At this point, I think we're going to assume that it's for worse, given how it's gone. But also, maybe this is the chip on the shoulder that he
Let's
needs.
also remind ourselves here, boys, because we can. Some things are bigger than this. One difference between Shedeur, and I don't say this condescendingly, and a lot of guys in this draft, it's kind of like we'll talk about Arch Manning in the next year or two. Shedeur's daddy is worth about $50+ million, so I think he's going to be all right.
Yep.
He'll bounce back.
It was all about fit for him. It was never about the money.
He's going to be all right.
I will say this. I think as a Browns fan, I'm ecstatic right now that he and Milroe are falling down boards because I'm sitting there at 33 and 36.
But you're not even saying Shuck, man. That's the crazy thing. You didn't even mention Shuck there. I agree with you, but it's saying, to your point, I'm affirming it. It's you're right. And I'll say this, though. I would add to that. What I said about Shedeur will be okay. Shedeur will be okay. I'll counter. New York's where he wanted to go. That's where he wanted. That was where he wanted to go. Them taking Dart right there and trading up, that hurt his feelings.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
And I don't say that mocking the kid. I say that that we talk about his ego and that hurt his feelings.
We got Roger Goodell up here, so I'm gonna have
It's Starks, guys. If it's not Starks, I will.
Yep.
It's Starks.
Yeah, Malachi Starks is the pick.
Clint,
best
Clint called it. Clint, you've been on the. We'll have to go back through and count put up a Clint's called picks count because it's pretty decent right now.
So
I've had a good
I
night.
want to say this when I'm referring to Bill
good night.
and Clint as our expert panel. You guys do not really understand. I actually just met Bill tonight, and I think his analysis has been just absolutely stellar. Clint literally emerges from a cave in mid-March, drops savant level draft knowledge, and then I'll never hear from him again in May. He's in my life for a 6-week window every year to drop unfathomable.
I'm too busy having children,
and then he just
working.
He's the same way in real life. You got to come chill with us in Mobile.
Right.
I'll be there.
We got down with the get down in Mobile.
I'll be back
this
there
year, don't
next year,
worry.
Blake and Tyler. That was about some of the best fun I've had in the last couple of weeks. All joking aside, such a good time. But I mean, this one, all joking aside, and I acknowledge, I know I'm a UGA guy. I've gone to over 150 Georgia games. I've had season tickets for 2 decades. I acknowledge that shit. This guy is, as far as the great safeties that have come out in the last 20 years or so, high floor. You're talking.
Oh, Clint's connection died, I fear.
I think we lost him for a second.
It's a vintage Ravens pick. It just feels very Ravens.
Yeah, him and Kyle Hamilton.
Yeah, him and Hamilton on the back end. It just feels Raven-esque. You know,
I'm pretty thankful, to be honest, that he didn't fall to the Eagles, so I don't have to hear JC talk about this for the next 400 days.
Right. For me, my comp for him, stylistic wise, was always Jesse Bates. Every time I saw him, it was Jesse Bates. A staring contest with Clint. He's just so shocked. Clint is just so shocked that Malachi
He
Starks
can't
went to
believe it.
Baltimore. He cannot believe it.
I told you guys, he drops the draft takes and then he just disappears, and now he's gone like a fresh breeze. I'm just kidding. There he is.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, my phone definitely died. What was I saying though about the Starks pick? Like, all joking aside, you're talking about the Eric Berrys, the Kyle Hamiltons, the Malachi Starks, the Caleb Downs, those kind of guys coming out of the state that you just look at and knew that they were going to go be top 50 picks in the NFL draft. This kid's like that, man. Like, the fact that he and Kyle Hamilton's a safety duo, I don't feel bold saying right now that that's as good a safety duo in the NFL as you're going to find.
Yeah. Clint, I don't know if you heard it, but I made the comp for Stark stylistically is like Jesse Bates.
Yeah, I would add to that. Bates is a great answer. I'd add to that one Javon Holland. I think that's stylistically, the thing. That pick for the Ravens, that's why the Ravens are always good.
Yep.
It's not cute. It's just like, yep, what did I say? And I'm not saying I'm the beacon of light or I'm the verdict. I'm an opinion.
Yeah. It's
that's
vintage
a top 10
Ravens.
player in this. That's a top 10 player in this class that you just took at 27 and you didn't pay it. You just sat there and let him fall in your lap.
Yeah. You let everyone else get cute.
Hey, this would be the last thing I'd say. I'm very happy with the James Pierce pick. That's a great pick. Did I want Starks? Yes. But what did I just say? It's like, hell, I was thrilled to trade up and take the guy with my second pick. The Ravens just sat there and let him fall in their lap.
I think that's the only nitpick I have for the Pierce trade for you in Atlanta is the fact you gave up a future one. I get it that you got to do it because you don't have anything, but if you're going to do that for Starks.
You're totally right. My response to that, and this isn't logic. Fontenot knows he's got to dial it up this year. And I know that's not logic. I know that's not fair to the fans. But we also know that's how the NFL works in a lot of ways.
Yeah, because if it doesn't work, he won't be there anyways.
Well, hey, and if it doesn't work with all this with this ramped, I mean, Jalen Walker and James Pierce are 2 blatant starters on defense. Blank's going to look at him and be like, "Buddy, it's time. You didn't get it done." It's like for both sides of this is you know what? We're going to go figure it out. And if this ain't it, we got to move forward. So for that reason, it's like, you know what, man? For a team that's been 7-10, 7-10, 7-10, 7-10, 7-10. What was the buzzword I said to one of the guests earlier? Or I believe it might have been Louis. Purgatory. You're trying to escape. Purgatory. You're trying to escape it, and I can respect that.
So Lions on the clock.
We're at 11:98, 11:99 watching right now.
Lions and pick that for the Lions. That was
Ezraku.
I think it's defensive tackle, but the next one on my board would be like maybe Tyleek Williams.
See,
Alfred
that's who
Collins.
I wanted at 46 for the Falcons. We traded it away in the switch for a 4th rounder, but
It just feels defensive tackle to me. I know it should be edge, but it feels defensive tackle. I feel like they're going to go in the interior here.
Ezaraku makes a lot of sense here, I think.
Good call. God dang, good call. Good call.
What is it? Oh shit! Oh wow!
Good call.
It just screamed. It's Tyleek Williams from Ohio State.
Who just called that? Whoever just called that called the shit out of that.
That was me. It screamed like with the
You
edge
called the
talent
shit out of that.
With the edge talent that's available. You have obviously Princely, Ezaraku, but
That might have been the call of the night. Honestly, I'm not kidding. I know we're talking about Clint. It's like pound for pound, one pick. That might have been the call of the night, dude. That was fire.
Like he just feels like a Dan Campbell defensive tackle.
I told you, he's who I wanted at 46 if he fell there and we had the pick. Oh yeah, dude, I think he's a player. You need a wide ass 0-1 tech who's gonna stuff the interior.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I'm high on him. I think that's awesome. That was a hell of a call.
Yeah, because you imagine you put him next to Hutchinson, and now you have the interior stuff, Hutchinson around the edge.
Well,
You're
and
solid.
who just said the name, Princely, or they were laying some second round edges? It's like, what did I say about let the whole thing play out? It's like, wait till tomorrow when we're sitting here on the stream and they swing back around and they get an edge or a pass rusher on about a 10 pick discount, and all of a sudden we're really going to be saying, man, they got after it. It's like that pick could look better tomorrow than we even feel right now.
100%.
Raj, how you doing? Welcome.
What's up, guys? I'm nervous.
Commanders, you're on the clock here.
For sure. I think boards fell the way I wanted it to. I could definitely see a trade out here as well. But right now, I think Mike Green is my personal favorite to go here. He's 13th on my big board. I think he fits Dan Quinn's defense really well. So that would be my pick right now. But
I'd throw an immediate name back to you because I love that mention on Mike Green.
Sure.
Is nobody else getting excited about the thought of Dan Quinn with Nick Eamon-Wari?
That does excite me. Nick Eamon-Wari is a guy who's really
that Keanu Neal.
Yeah,
kinda, for
sure.
Oh, dude. I think that's lit. I'd throw that
he's
name in
11th on my board. Chin left in free agency, obviously. Brought in Will Harris, but Will Harris is a guy who, if he can be a backup, I think you're in a much better situation. So Nick Eamon-Wari at this pick, I think, is really interesting as well. The mocks have been going edge rusher and corner, but I think there's a pretty good chance Eamon-Wari wasn't on the board. Now that he is, I think I could see
you just said edge. That's interesting to me as well, because and I not to say it for the third time, but somebody said, and I don't think Princely goes this early, but I just said how Dan Quinn about Eamon-Wari fascinates me with him. I think more than maybe any head coach in this league. He's somebody that we like to talk about. McVay offense. Shanahan. I look at that Dan Quinn defensive kind of mold and kind of some of his preferences. It's like a guy, like I said, like a Princely Umamiel, and it's like that's a Dan Quinn edge. A Nick Eamon-Wari, that's a Dan Quinn safety, man. It's like this pick could be something that's. What have we said? This meat and potatoes draft. Somebody a preference. Somebody that isn't afraid to take a guy 10 picks early. This could get a little flavorful. I'd like it to.
I don't know if I love that, to be honest.
All right, fair enough to tell me to shove it. That's it.
No, I can see. You're right. I can totally see Dan Quinn going to Schlesinger here. I think was on the board.
Good mention.
Femi from UCLA was a big one that was being talked about. So I could see that definitely. I personally want an Ezaraku or a Mike Green here, someone who's fallen down the board a couple spots that you can swoop up with really good value and as a positional fit.
I'll also throw this out at corner. What about a Savone Revel or a Maxwell Hairston here?
Yeah, I think they really liked Hairston throughout the process, is what I've heard. And he's fallen into their lap. I don't know how they gauge corner versus edge as a need. But I think Harrison is probably their top guy on the board. Will Johnson is obviously lurking there as well.
Well, it's like, Raj, you say that about Hairston. I was the one on here saying at 19, I thought he was the little cute dark horse pick to the Bucks in terms of the value. You're saying like 29 makes sense.
Yeah,
it's a good mention.
Yeah, Hairston's a guy I like. I have him graded in the early second round. I don't think it would be a reach here. I have about 22, I think, true first round values. Early second round is going to come out to around 29th player. So I wouldn't mind it. I think you have a chance to get a really big steal though here, if you're looking at Ezraku or Mike Green. Those are the two I'm hung up on, and Luther Burden as well. Luther Burden and Jane Daniels very close, and I could see that as well.
I love Luther Burden. He's my 7th overall prospect, but my whole concern with him is him and Debo being so similar.
I agree with that.
It would be a struggle offensively.
Yeah.
If they didn't have Debo, yes, run it up for Luther.
For sure. Yeah. And I mean, I think Cliff is a guy who, if anyone can figure those two guys out playing next to each other, it's Cliff Kingsbury, right?
Yeah.
But I agree with you. Yeah. Debo Samuel, they're essentially going to serve the same role in your offense. So I don't know how concerning that is, but I mean, it's a good football player, right? Like you have him, you said 7th. I think I have him 8th. So it's a damn good football player, and you find ways to use those, I think, especially to pick like 29. The War Room looks excited, so.
Yeah. And you talked about Schlesinger too. I'll throw it out there. Jihad Campbell is still here.
You're right, yeah. And the injury stuff, I don't know.
We got the commish walking out on the stage now.
Yep.
Go ahead and hit this button for us.
Oh, man, nervous. Normally not used to picking this late, so it's a bit of a different vibe here.
Pick is in on ESPN.
I see it. Do you guys see it?
Yep.
It's coming in.
Without spoiling it, I can tell you we did not list his name at any point.
Interesting. Very interesting. Josh Connerly, not someone I was expecting. I could have seen them go tackle. Josh Simmons is still on the board. So I do have Connerly over Simmons very by a hair. I like Connerly. I think he has a lot to him. Very well-rounded football player. He's smart, fairly fast. Showed good play strength. So I don't hate that pick. I have him as a late first-round value in a class that doesn't have a ton of first-round values compared to other ones. I don't think it's a bad pick at all.
No, you're spot on. He's one of the youngest tackles in this entire class. Very athletic. He has the ability to grow. When I look at him, I see a diet Rashawn Slater when he came out of Northwestern. Just very sturdy in pass protection and can do a lot of things. In Cliff Kingsbury's scheme, Raj, as well as you well know, he's going to be moving around a lot, and Connerly can do that in spades.
Yeah. Yeah, this isn't a pick I hate at all. It's rather unexpected. I think I didn't expect him to address tackle on day one. But, I mean, you look at it, looking at the offensive line, you have some injuries. Cosme's not going to be there to start the year. Brandon Coleman is the rookie from last year who was up and down kind of throughout the season. So there's a spot for him, I guess. I mean, there's nothing spot for him. He's a good player. He's your first-round pick. So they'll find a way to play him. And I think he has a very high floor, I'd say. I think this is going to be a long-term starter for the team.
Love to see it. So Buffalo's on the clock now.
That's right. They are on the clock.
I know they have a need.
Big Bills fan. I think this has got to be Will Johnson.
You think?
You think there's a reason he's falling here?
Yeah, I mean the medical knee, the knee issue. He's been flagged medically. The long speed concerns. I could see him completely dropping out of round one. The question you have to ask yourself here, if you're Buffalo, because you have Will Johnson, you have Jihad Campbell, and then your next best defensive tackle's probably going to be, depending on how you have it graded out on your board, maybe Darius Alexander if you're feeling frisky, Riley Mills from Notre Dame, Shamar Turner from Texas A&M. So the value is just not there at defensive tackle. It's got to be corner, linebacker, somewhere on that back end. Maybe even safety.
I like Trey Amos as well.
Trey Amos, Shavon Breville, maybe Emin Worry. Maybe if you say Hamlin's on the last year of his deal, you swap him out.
I wouldn't want to go safety here for Buffalo. I feel like there's bigger needs positionally. I do like Emin Worry as a prospect, but
or you think the Bills are in contact with the Chiefs again to give them the pick they want.
Well,
yeah, looking to trade back one. It's in. Pick's in. It was in pretty quick. I just
want to say that the Trey Amos mention got me like hot and bothered because That's why I really want to go into the Rams at 26 as my like sneaky first round pick. So that was a great mention, Blake.
Yep,
Yeah.
I would not be losing any sleep over him. But yeah, I think Will Johnson being here is crazy at 30. But yeah, I guess some people aren't
Blake, Will Johnson's the number 4 player on my final board.
Yeah. From a talent perspective, Will Johnson's 10th on my board. But when the long speed concerns and medically, 30 would be about where I'd feel comfortable. But I also mentioned this because there was a lot of smoke around it earlier today. Don't sleep on Carson Schlesinger here.
I agree. I do think, this is speculatory, not factual. I think Will Johnson might have milked that turf toe some this year and not wanting to come back to an 8-5 Michigan team when he'd already been an All-American and gotten a ring. But maybe that's me being dramatic.
No, I think
speculation.
Speculatory. His team told him to pack it in, and instead of saying I'm going to pack it in, oh, this turf toe is not healing the way it should, and this is going on. So,
all right, Goodell is walking out. I'm gonna go ahead and hit the button here. Oh yeah, this is a thing. The Bills do have a Make-A-Wish kid that is making the pick for them, so this could take a second longer. He's got some pretty sick kicks on, I do have to say.
Oh yeah, those shoes are sick.
I love that ESPN is just like 3 whole minutes ahead of the actual NFL draft stream. How does that make any sense?
Right. Like the NFL Network should be priority, and ESPN's
like you literally are the team. You're the company.
Hey,
what do you mean?
Let's give a shout out to Jim of Draft Professor, the head guy there. He is Bills. Everything he does with so many guys that cover the draft. This is a big moment for him. And give a shout out to Jim.
While we wait for the Bills pick, gentlemen, Howie Roseman makes the deal. Philly will be on the clock at 31.
What did I tell you, boys?
He
moving up one pick.
Where's JC
The
at?
Chiefs.
Blake,
what are we doing?
It counts. I called that trade up. It counts, brother.
Moving up one pick is
It
diabolical.
Oh,
this is
It counts,
egos
boys.
to
Is it
level
even
I cannot
worry?
fathom.
Even worry? Mike Green?
What's the pick for Buffalo?
Maxwell Harrison.
Will Johnson, Savon Ravel.
Maxwell Harrison from Kentucky.
Well,
I don't hate that one.
Yep, he went to the draft, so they knew he was going in the first round, I guess.
Yeah.
You said that like Milroe isn't sitting in the back room right now like, well, this sucks.
Yeah.
That is a pretty
he probably
fresh
already
season.
went home after the Giants didn't take him when they traded up. He said, I'm out. Peace.
Well, yeah, this had to be a cornerback pick here, but yeah, if I thought the value on Will Johnson would have been pretty crazy, but I guess these teams know something I don't.
That's fair to say.
And
The medicals, yeah.
Yeah, the trade.
I say that as the guy with the highest grade of anyone on Will Johnson. That is fair to say.
Trade compensation in for Chiefs and Eagles deal. Swapping one pick. Eagles also sending pick 164, which is a 5th rounder.
They have 8 picks. I said before today about why I thought they would trade it. They have 8 picks. With the way that roster is stacked and their money, Howie's not going to pay 8 rookies. He wanted to dump a pick.
Well, let me go ahead and hit this button real quick here.
Even though that for him was worth just dumping a pick.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to throw it out there because I talked about it a couple of weeks ago, and I'm going to circle back around to it. I'm probably off base here. I think this is Mason Taylor.
No, that's a fantastic call out. Fantastic.
I would like 2 Masons going in the first round. That'd be pretty cool.
It just feels like a Howie
in the
pick.
first round this year.
It just feels like a Howie pick
Welcome
to
in,
take
Sam.
a tight end right here at the end of round 1, who's the son of a Hall of Famer. Then you trade Goddard and a round 5 pick, and you get a top 100 selection, and we all wonder how he's a Wizard still. Thanks for bearing with us all the way to the end here, Sam.
No worries. I'm happy to be on. Thanks for having me on. I just heard Bill talking about Mason Taylor maybe being the pick here. It certainly wasn't expecting this. I was hoping to have something to talk about Chiefs-wise at this pick, but
you only got to wait one more.
Yeah, a little more.
Yeah, we. It's funny you say that. We haven't had anybody. Correct me if I'm wrong. That happened to this year, where it was like, well, see you tomorrow.
Well, the Rams fan, yeah. The
Rams.
The Rams do.
You're right. You're right.
I mean,
Thank you.
there's only been 3 first-round trades, which it's really crazy to think about. Like the board was really messy this year. To really think that there was only 3 trades is weird year.
It's funny because we were talking like 2 weeks ago. It was like, oh, this is going to be so boring. Everyone has their picks. It's so boring. Then in the last 48 hours, everything heated up. We're saying, oh, it's going to be crazy. It's going to be hectic. I think we had like 1 trade in like basically the first half of the round. And then we had just 3 the whole night. It doesn't really feel that exciting, but it was still a good draft overall.
Go Birds.
It's been fun.
Oh, no, it was definitely an interesting draft. It always is. The board never goes as you write it out, but the 3 trades was really surprising.
I will say this for Philly. If it's not Mason Taylor, it just screams Jihad Campbell. It screams it here. It just screams. Everybody overthinks it with the medical concerns, and you got a really good Alabama linebacker that's falling, and everybody's like, oh, the medical concerns, the labrum, the knee, the shoulders, whatever. And Howie's like, great, bring him here. We'll keep him alive.
Well, it's
It just
also
screams it.
What did we say about the theme earlier with the Packers pick about like, oh, they're gonna do it. They're gonna do it. It's like Howie going and making a first round level kind of investment in an off ball backer would kind of be another. I would almost say that won't happen because we got the Packers receiver pick tonight. It's almost like we can't get too spoiled. But I love that mention. It's not gonna happen, but I'm like, man, can you imagine the aura? Like, we didn't really mention, and not to go off base here, we didn't really mention how sick Genty's going to look in that Raiders jersey. Could you imagine Nick Eamon-Wari running around in some Brian Dawkins kind of aesthetic in Philly? That'd be just deadly. Just absolutely filthy. And that's all.
Weapon X 2.0.
Weapon E.
Weapon E.
Buy a poster at the book fair of that guy. He's going to look so cool.
This will be worth something to them someday, kid.
But Bill, to your point, if it is Campbell, it makes sense considering the Kobe Dean, what his availability might be like this year. And I don't think they were too still in the Kobe Dean in the long run anyways. Like Dean's a quality player. He's obviously a very smart player, but he just was not like a high caliber linebacker for them. It would be a massive tendency breaker to take linebacker here, but we've seen a couple tendency breakers so far tonight, so it wouldn't stun me overall. Campbell is, I think, a top 10 player on my board. So to get him down here, like this is just the classic thing that you see Baltimore and Philly do every year where you get the high value pick 20 to 30 spots after you're supposed to get it.
Sam, would I be crazy? Like maybe I'm excited. I want Savon Revel to sneak into round 1 for some reason. Am I crazy?
No, you're not crazy at all. I've had him as a top 20 player basically throughout the process. So he's a really talented athlete. There's some rawness to his game. The concern why he probably won't go first round is the medicals. The medical is knocked him off a couple boards here. There's concern about the injury and this knee that might be bone on bone. There's still those stuff there where it could be a long-term issue. But if he's medically cleared, to me, he is a top 32 player in this class pretty easily. I just think that the medicals for him are maybe a little bit more concerning than those of Campbell. So no, Campbell's got multiple things he got flagged for. But I think that the severity of the injury in Bell's case might extend beyond what you got with Campbell.
I mean, look, if I'm in that room, I'm pounding the table. Campbell's ended up being, I believe, my number 10 player on my board. But I mean, maybe that's me getting cute, looking at the corner and trying to think of how he's trying to dial up here versus the obvious. But that's good intel.
Yeah, it feels like when you look at what Jihad Campbell's going to bring, he's going to bring a middle linebacker presence, but also a heat-seeking missile off the edge as well as a pass rusher. It just screams Howie to make a move like that, trade up 1 pick. So Philadelphia's trading up. Who are they trading up for? And then it's an off-ball linebacker that everyone else has thought to be injured. that everyone else overthinks and says, well, we'll just get him in round 2.
Well,
It
hey,
just-
Bill, I'd affirm what you just said. Let's pretend that the Falcons didn't take Jalen Walker in a linebacker role in that first pick. Let's flip it and say that we took James Pierce with that first pick and we swung back around and traded back into the first round. I would have looked like a junkie asking for $1 over here, begging for them to take Jihad Campbell when they traded. To your point of like,
excellent imagery.
But I mean, am I wrong, Blake? That's exactly what I would have been behaving like. Like I would have been acting like a complete moron. Like to your point of it's like that is just stupid good value here. That kid's a top 10 player in this class. I don't care if his labrum needs a couple weeks. Oh darn, the Eagles aren't going to change their win total plus or minus 0.1 games because of him in the first 3 weeks of the season. They're not.
No.
I think he's just so versatile as a player. Because I think he does develop a little bit the instincts as far as his run fits go, but he's got such long arms and such good play strength that he's able to quickly separate from blocks in the run game. You mentioned the pass rush versatility. He doesn't have much of a pass rush plan, but he can develop that later on. He's got the athleticism to figure it out. But then you look at in coverage, his ability to I think he's actually better playing at depth, almost like 20 yards downfield, than he is playing like in that 10 to 15 yard range. He's a little bit odd in the intermediate spots, but he is really good at playing at depth. And so I think that's one of the things that changes for him is he just changes the math defensively for you in coverage.
Yeah.
There it is. Yeah, you guys see it.
Yep. Jihad Campbell from Alabama. Fucking Howie Roseman, man.
I'm going to victory lap. I called this trade up and him stealing somebody, and it's my favorite player in the draft. I'm going to victory lap again. I've victory lapped a couple times tonight.
Yeah.
And classic Howie, just some guy that in halfway through the season is going to make some big play, and people are going to be like, "Oh, he's one of the best defensive players."
Wait,
in the
what do you
league.
mean? Defensive Rookie of the Year, Jihad Campbell?
I don't necessarily say that.
Y'all
but,
laugh, but y'all are agreeing with me.
That's why
I mean, I wouldn't
have some truth
I
to
wouldn't
him.
bet on him to be defensive player of the year. You know,
I
but
would.
is it out of range? No.
One thing that hasn't been mentioned that I would just add to this conversation, just affirm what we've all already said. The pedigree on this guy, 5-star edge out of IMG. He's played at a Saban, Alabama, went into the DeBauer transition, and now he's about to head to a Howie Roseman and a Super Bowl defending led Eagles. You want to talk about, buddy, you want some pedigree. You've been at the top programs. You've been, business, you know how it goes. This pick is so badass. That's a top 5 pick of the night.
And he originally committed to play at Clemson as an edge.
That's
under
a really good
Venables. And then Venables
I forgot that. That's a great.
Yeah, he was going to be a Tiger.
I forgot that. Oh, he did.
So, all right. So we're moving into the last pick of the night here.
Last one.
So as we're getting into this, I want you guys to be thinking when we end the stream here in a few minutes. I think we need to talk about who our top 3 shocking falls are, or like 3 guys that we think these are our top 3 guys still on our board going into round 2.
Yeah. I mean, I could give you mine right now.
Pardon me, I zoned out. Can you rephrase the question? I'm sorry. I apologize.
Sure. So to end the stream after the Chiefs pick, just give a couple guys that you're like, okay, I'm kind of shocked these guys didn't end up going in round 1.
Okay.
I'm saying I've got 4 right now, so we'll see.
Can
where
I
Kansas
just,
City
before we
goes.
get away from this Eagles pick, just lastly, just Clint just being annoying. Guys, that was a top 5 pick of the night.
It always is. I hate it so much.
Like, and I
hate it here.
I know I'm not telling y'all something you don't already know. Like I'm saying like sky's blue. Like I know y'all all know this. That was a top 5 pick of the night.
Howie Roseman. Doing Howie Roseman things.
But dial it back a little bit more. What do we say about Malachi Starks? It's like that's why those teams are always good, man. Yeah. What did I say? Malachi Starks, the number 9 player on my board. Jihad Campbell, number 10 player on my board. They just sat there and let him fall in their lap.
That's what they
So-
do, man.
Chiefs here at 32.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit this button. This is gonna be the last time I'm gonna be pressing it tonight.
Hit the button right.
Right. I think it's been overstated that the Chiefs go offensive line, but it's like staring a horse in the mouth. I just think it makes too much sense. I really think it's Josh Simmons. I really do. It just makes too much sense.
Agreed. Couldn't agree more if I tried. And I'll tell you too, I like that you say that. They felt no threat from Philly to do Simmons there, were that to be their guy. And I'll say this to your Simmons point. I liked going into tonight, Connerly and Simmons for the Chiefs. Adam Schefter should be shot for trying to do that. I'm sorry.
Well, no, here's the real question, Clint. Who got it wrong worse, Schefter or Schoen?
Schefter or who?
Joe Schoen.
Joe Shane.
Shown, not even close. It's not even remotely close. My dad was a career lawyer, so he did the whole dressed up thing. He would tear somebody apart on an ESPN. But that's why one reason why, I know for a fact somebody's going to clip me just being an absolute a-hole about Joe Shen earlier, because that was the most pathetic outfit I've ever seen on an NFL draft stream. That man should be absolutely humiliated by that outfit. I hope that he cyberbullies me tomorrow, because somehow he sees how much I talked about. He looked like a little kid.
Yeah,
that is humiliating. I'm going to be quiet now. Thanks, guys.
No, Sam, what are you thinking here for Kansas City?
No, I would lean into Josh Simmons pretty heavily here at this point. The only other options are probably one of the more explosive edge rushers out there. Kansas City has had a lower threshold for character individuals, I would say, and Mike Green obviously has some character concerns. So a Mike Green and Donovan Ezra who could be in play here. But personally, I think Josh Simmons should be the pick. Had he been healthy throughout the course of the year, I think we're probably looking at a top 16 selection in this overall class. We don't get here at this point, partially because the Texans don't make a pick. I feel like if Houston was in their normal positioning throughout the course of the night, I think they would have been the team that could have been the Josh Simmons landing spot. I think that Arizona might have also been in play for this, but obviously Walter Nolan has probably the higher ceiling of the two. And then with the Chiefs, I know they put some money into free agency at tackle, but really, this is not a situation where you can just sit around and wait anymore. You have to go find players. And I've talked to some people who think that Simmons would be better off long-term at guard due to some of the issues he has at the top of the top of the pass set. I could see that. I think he's more than good enough to stick a tackle for now. But if you have guys who got, maybe a good floor at guard and has been a really high caliber tackle at a premier program, I think you just have to make that pick here if you're Kansas City.
I'd affirm you, Sam, there by saying, I mentioned Savon Rebel a second ago, and, you could talk about going into tomorrow and like a Ben Morrison, these guys that got injured this year that really were on a trajectory. I feel passionately in saying if Simmons doesn't get hurt, he would have been the first tackle off the board tonight.
I'm going to second that. I would think he would be OT1 and clear this class.
The Chiefs are the perfect situation to take a bet on this guy. This is an A-plus pick. I would have been pounding the table if I was in the room for it to be Josh Simmons tonight.
Yep, 100%.
Yeah, so Shedeur officially does fall
for
out of round one, I think is one of the big talking points of the night.
Yeah.
Previously mocked top 5. There were people who believed he would go in that top range, people, down to the Steelers at 21, and now his full slide, very Will Levis-esque, I think, has completed that arc tonight. Who do you guys think were some of our shocking, can't believe these guys sat through the entirety of night one? Mason, why don't we start with you? Who did you think would fit that mold for you?
Who I think would, I'm sorry, I was a little focused elsewhere.
Who were you thinking tonight? Like, who are you sitting here going into tomorrow saying, "Man, that guy's still on the board. That's a great
Will Johnson."
pick."
Okay, so that's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah,
I mean,
I think Will Johnson's a big name for a lot of us.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking he was going to really be going mid-round, and into the later of the round, I was just kind of thinking like, oh, he's the steal pick every single time. I was like, any team would be happy to take him, but there's obviously something there that executives are really seeing. I mean, same thing. And then, I mean, Shador, I was really expecting him to fall to the second round, and that was just like more of a gut feeling. And to actually see him fall to the second round, it's like, wow. The NFL really is, you know, there's something about him that they just really don't believe in.
Yeah. No, that's
Yeah,
great. What about you, Boogie?
Yeah, I would echo what he said, and then yeah, Trey Amos was the other one. I was kind of hoping he would fall to the second round because I thought that we might be going defensive interior now, but I would say Luther Burden falling out of the first. He's going to be a good one that's still available. Still got Darius Alexander and Alfred Collins for defensive interior. I like a lot tomorrow. As Araku is still on the board too, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a pretty big one.
And then Warrior's still on the board, Bill.
Yep.
Any of those names really sticking out to you?
Yeah, so just echoing a lot of the names that have been there. So Luther Burden, my 7th overall prospect. Will Johnson, 10th overall on my board. Shadur Sanders, 14th overall. Nick Emenwari, 21st overall. There's some guys that really were shocking to see slide. And then Jalen Milrow, who accepted an invite to the draft, by all accounts, was going to end up somewhere in round 1. He falls. I think, and it's going to sound a bit homerish, but the Browns pretty much landed this perfectly, trading down from 2 to 5, getting a first in 2026 from Jacksonville, and they have 33 and 36 tomorrow night to be able to get 2 of these guys.
I think a QB comes off the board with one of those 2 picks. It wouldn't make any sense for them not to. And I think it happens at 33. You don't want to risk losing your guy in between. Clint, who's still on the board and you can't believe it?
I'd go super quick. Hang with me. You know, the quarterbacks, none of them surprise me. To your point, that 33 spot's going to be Shuck or Milrow. You know, jumping to the running backs, I'm excited to see Travion Henderson still on the board. Jumping into the
That's who I'm very excited to see Travion Henderson still on the board.
Yeah, I mean, I jump into the receivers. I don't know that anyone surprised me. I'm excited to see Jaden Higgins. He was my receiver 3. That's somebody that has not been mentioned tonight that I'm excited about going into tomorrow. Jumping to the tight ends, Mason Taylor's to the top of the board, no doubt. You could just stop there. You know, going to the offensive line, a couple quick names. Jared Wilson out of Georgia, you know, the center that was a 99th percentile kind of athlete. I was high on him before anybody. I'll victory lap that one. I think he's super exciting. I think if you look, you know, somebody, I can't remember who it was, said Darius. I'm going to tell you, his floor is 44 at Dallas tomorrow. So that was a really great mention, whoever had that on the interior. I think you could jump to the edge group. I mean, there's names we haven't even said tonight that when I say them, you're going to be like, wow, like JT Tuimalau, Braden Swinson. These names that you're just like, oh my gosh, dude, you know, like the linebackers, not as much. That doesn't surprise me. Eamon is the easy safety answer. Kevin Winston's a name tomorrow. Will be exciting. And then lastly, I'd say if you ask me who could be the potential best values, and this would be the last thing I'd say tomorrow, it'd be your rehabilitating corners and Ben Morrison out of Notre Dame.
Yep,
and Savon Ravel out of East Carolina. Somebody's going to bet in the first 15 picks on those guys tomorrow.
Xavier Watts.
Great mention. And I'll give you another one because since we're playing DBs, Darian Porter. Yeah. Darian Porter out of Iowa State, 99th percentile kind of athlete. Falcons sniffing on him hard. It was a little smoke. They don't invest in corner. Raw doesn't invest in corner early. But he's a guy who's going to go in the first 15 picks tomorrow and deserves to.
He didn't test very well, but what about Azareye'h Thomas?
I'm going to tell you, buddy, I saw him at the Senior Bowl, and I was so impressed just in terms of his proportional body habitus. I mean, when they say he's 6'1", and a little change, 197, 198, that's legit. He's got serious length. I don't think he's I hate this word so much. It makes me cringe, but I don't think he's a sexy football player. but he's somebody someone's going to take in the first 20 picks tomorrow that you're going to look up in 5 or 6 years and be like, oh, that guy's still a really good player. Like he's just a good player. And he's got one of the best heads in this class in terms of somebody that's going to live, breathe, eat, and shit this stuff.
Thanks, Jamie.
That's a great mention, man. There's some serious corner talent going in tomorrow. And I mean, if you ask me, like, I geek out harder. I love secondary. Like, that's my favorite position. It's like there's some serious secondary talent going in tomorrow.
Yeah. I think for me, I think maybe a guy I was surprised didn't go in the first round after a lot of like maybe the public drafting that I saw was Nick Sturton. He's still on the board. That one, I don't necessarily know I loved him as a first rounder, but I definitely knew a lot of people who did. Yeah.
He was my 5th overall prospect.
Yeah, so he's still hanging on the board. And then Nick Emenwario, I think, surprises me from the realm of like the league is moving back to a very athletic-based drafting style. I feel like more and more that's being a driving factor of drafting. And so to see him slide into day 2 is a little surprising.
I would reaffirm you real quick if you don't mind, because that was such a great point about Emenwari. That was a nice testament tonight about people that love to preach tape over testing, that Starks was the pick for the Ravens, because of all franchises to lean on that know what they're doing, they're up there. And this isn't a knock to Emenwari. It's patting Starks on the back. Starks tested like a 60th percentile athlete, but he plays on the field like a 95th percentile kind of player.
And that's the same thing that dropped Kamari Lassiter into round 2 last year. Yeah, we talk about, they didn't test
was
fast.
My corner 3 last year.
But they play fast, right? Sam, I'm sorry we've left you down here for a minute. You have any final thoughts on the Chiefs pick? Anything you want to do parting before we end the stream tonight?
No, not too much. That was a great pick by the Chiefs, but to echo some of the people you already mentioned, I was a little surprised Will Johnson got out of the first round. There have been a lot of even trending that way. But even after several hours of calls to people yesterday, I still kind of didn't believe it. It was one of the things where I'll be willing to be wrong on this and just wait it out. I'm not surprised we only got the limited number of quarterbacks. I had a bunch of discussions yesterday. I had several calls with people, and just going through it, it really felt like Shadir wasn't going to go. And I actually felt like from the discussions I heard, it was more likely that the Saints would come up and get someone like Tyler Shook instead of someone like Jalen Milroe. So it was very shaking a little bit. I had to redo my mock a couple of times to try to figure out what was going to happen. So I'm not surprised that the quarterbacks ended up falling, and not surprised guys like Ravel didn't end up going, or AZ Thomas. Those guys have kind of moved off in the past couple of months. But I was surprised to see Josh Connolly go where he went, and even Donovan Jackson. Those are guys who I have high second round evaluations on, guys who are that 32, 33 mark on my board. So it's not a reach, but I was surprised they went in the first round because I hadn't heard much about them trending that way, as opposed to the other players who didn't end up in the first.
No, those are some great points, Sam. Thanks for adding that. Thanks for being on the show tonight, man. We appreciate it.
No, thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it.
Have a good night.
Yeah.
So then we move into what time are we starting tomorrow, Bahuki? Cue them in.
Basically about an hour earlier. Draft started at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Today it starts at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. So we'll run it with pretty much the same schedule. We'll all meet on here at 6:30, and we'll be going live at 6:47 p.m. and we'll be ready to rock for which is going to be an exciting day for definitely you and me, Louie. We both got two.
Yeah, a lot of picks there. Yeah. So thank you again to everybody who joined the stream tonight. Really overwhelmed, I think, by everybody who just liked to listen to us yap for 4.5 hours. I don't even like to listen to myself talk this long, so that's quite the feat of all our viewers.
1,230 we're sitting at right now. We appreciate all of you.
So check out StadiumRant.com. Follow us on social. Follow these guys. They've got their handles, a lot of them under there. So make sure you're following them on Twitter. They've got great draft insights, just like they had tonight. And we'll see everybody tomorrow.
And I would lastly say to that, guys, day 2 is really the best day.
Mm-hmm.
It really is. We'll see you tomorrow.
Especially in this class.
I say
Yeah.
that as the guy that has the next to last pick tomorrow, and that's it.
I mean, the Texans have 5 top 100 picks now, so I'm definitely more excited for day 2 than I am for day 1. But anyway,
Well, heck yeah.
that's all
Good
for
night.
us.
Good night, guys.
Thanks for listening to Fan Fueled Sports, guys.